Good morning, everyone. I hope you're fine. So welcome for day 2 at SOTB. Today we will have this morning a first roundtable and this afternoon a masterclass, like yesterday. The roundtable this morning is about exploring the use of DLT in luxury industry. And we have Kymmer, Director of Global Affairs at Journee. We have also Bally Singh, founder and chairman of Richlist. Then for the second part this morning, we'll have Shabana Abdul Razzak, CEO at Maison de Paris, Yunna Albegova, Care Virtual Human, and Maria Sultanova, co-founder at Arts DAO. So I hope people you enjoy that day, and let's start. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Okay, mine is working, so.
So you go first. Oh, it's working now.
Very good, very good.
Good morning, and thank you everybody for being here. So we'll start off with introducing our speakers. Let's start off with Mr. Bally Singh. Please tell us more about yourself.
I think my microphone's working. Is it working?
It is
guys?
working, yes.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Introduce
How would you
yourself.
like me to start?
If you don't mind introducing yourself and what you do.
Okay, my name is Bally Singh. I'm the founder of Richlist Group. I've been in luxury and events for over 23 years. I'm also the CMO of Everdome, which is one of the world's first hyper-realistic metaverses. Here to have a conversation about luxury and metaverse. That's it really, guys.
All right, that's perfect. Aida?
Okay, I'm going to have a difficulty beating that introduction.
Sorry.
My name is Kymmer, and I'm the Director of Global Affairs at Journee. Journee, I like to describe Journee as we sort of have two things under the same umbrella of our brand. And the one is a creative house, and then we have the technology as well. And we basically build white label metaverse solutions for luxury brands, but also industrial and really anything. And the solutions that we have are all browser-based. So think of the new .com kind of. You just have a URL, you enter, and there you're in a universe. So highly accessible and beautiful, I would say.
So Aida, I'd like to start off with you. They call Journee the beautiful metaverse. Why?
Why? Because it is beautiful. If you look at the DNA of Journee, it's really where we're coming from. Most of us have a background either in performing arts, architecture, live events, anything which is physical. Me, myself, I have a background from stage work. So if you have that kind of background and you are aware of spatial experiences, shared experience, if you're going to try to move that to the internet, one, it has to be beautiful to work, because beauty is one of the essential human characteristics that make us connect with each other and with something, an experience. So it has to be beautiful. And the other thing is then you have to have the technological quality to be able to run those beautiful environments.
Very important, yeah. I'd love to add on. I think when it comes to tech and luxury and experiences, there's a very big gap. And a company like yours understands that and will try to create that experience. I mean, I've been in events a long time, and a lot of events companies forget about the customer experience. They put on an event, and a lot of companies have done this in tech, in the metaverse as well. They've created a metaverse, but they forgot about an experience. They forget about feelings. You know, feelings, your feelings are very important when you see something, how you respond. We were talking earlier on in the forecourt about touch, feel, smell. These are things that will have to be integrated into the metaverse because that's all about the journey. So just wanted to add that in there.
Now, recently you have had some major companies coming on board the metaverse, like BMW, H&M. So, how does the metaverse like value these major brands? How do you think that they value from this experience?
I think there are multiple answers on that question, and also I'd like to just go back a little bit in time, because Journee is an old metaverse company. We're 2.5 years old. And what the value has been for the brand has changed over these 2.5 years. So in the beginning, it was, I'd say the first companies that signed with Journee, they were trying to save an event that was supposed to be hosted in the real world. So that was the value then, to be able to just do it anyway. But then the really breakthrough case that for me symbolizes what the metaverse is becoming is our first BMW case that was done in 2021. Then we created what I like to call an impossible extension of the Munich Motor Show. So still we were in COVID, we realized that people aren't going to come back fully, but also it's very interesting to be able to access those people that cannot be there. But isn't it quite boring to create a copy of what's going to happen in Munich? I mean, it's only so much fun to be in Munich, right? So we built this pink clouds. I don't know how BMW, as such a corporate and kind of German company, came up with the pink clouds, but there were big mushrooms as well, and you can think about how that happened. We had Christopher Waltz as a fox. Avatars were dancing to each other. We had Coldplay playing live in there. So then suddenly you're creating an experience that your followers will not forget. They will emotionally connect with it and share. So that is the brand value part. But then if we see where we are today, 2.5 years later from just saving physical event, now we're suddenly speaking about taking your reward programs into a different type of .com, if we want to speak about it like that, moving part of the shopping experience. So instead of having a very flat, 2D, boring e-commerce platform, you have an e-commerce platform that you step into and explore.
So you spoke about the experience. As a user, for example, tell me how I would like enter the metaverse and experience that immersive experience. Like for people who don't know or who have not seen the experience, or they have not logged in or entered your metaverse, how would they react, or how would they enter the metaverse? What's the experience? If you could just say it from the start and till the end.
So I'll speak from a Journee perspective again, because there's many different ones, and maybe you want to add on other experiences. But from a Journee perspective, we believe in you shouldn't need to know that you're entering a metaverse. So it's a URL. It could be the hamsa.com, whatever the brand is, let's say H&M.com. You enter, and there maybe you fill out your name and pick an avatar. And then you get a quick little onboarding by an AI guy that is telling you how to move around. And there you are, free to explore. So that's how simple it is.
And you're interacting live, basically.
Yes. So the experiences that we build are live rendered. That means that what I am experiencing there is rendered for me personally. So it's happening live, and you can be in it as well, and you as well, and we could all meet there, and we all have our live rendered experience.
I think every metaverse is different. It's very hard to pinpoint how an experience is going to happen, because every company wants their consumers to have a different journey. I mean, somebody will be trying to sell clothing, somebody will be trying to sell a sports car. You know, somebody will just be creating a live event. So it's very hard to pinpoint on how each journey is going to be, because everybody wants their consumers to have a different journey, or want something different from their consumers. Maybe they just want interaction. Maybe they just want to show them, you know, a new project, a new area, a new store. So it's quite hard to just say, you know, one journey. And this is the beauty about metaverse. It's limitless. You can take it to another level. And this is what, you know, Web 2 can't do. You know, it's flat. you can really immerse yourself into it. Maybe it'll just be on your laptop, maybe it'll be on your mobile phone, maybe it will be with a headset.
But can't you have that interaction live with your audience, with your customers? Why would you need the metaverse for that?
I mean, you can, but there's different experiences. There's a different experience of sitting on a WhatsApp call. There's a different experience of having a Zoom call. Why are they so many different formats? Different formats give you different experiences. It's the same with the metaverse. Somebody might be into gaming. They prefer interaction via, a gaming console. It's all about what you want. It's another way to capture your audience, which is so hard to do right now. Every website looks the same. You don't really want to spend time on a website. Websites make it so easy for you to click on. It's all about how many clicks you can do a purchase in. So now the brands are struggling to keep the consumer's attention for longer because we've made it so easy for them to get off. Now we want to make it harder for them to get off and get them hooked so they buy different products.
And from a business perspective, was it you that went to the brands and told them, look, the metaverse is happening, we need to get on board this? Or was it the brands that came to you and told you, look, we see this metaverse thing, we don't know how to approach it, we need your help with it?
I think
Do you want to go first, Singh?
No, you go first, please.
I think we probably have very different answers on that. At Journee, we sort of accidentally invented something that we didn't know was metaverse because nobody knew what that word meant back then. Now we're speaking March, April 2020. So we were trying to rescue this AI sculpture that one of our founders had built in Italian marble. And suddenly we couldn't exhibit it, so we built a museum. That
Like
first
an
was a
online
bit,
museum.
So the first online museum, and then it was a little bit bulky, so we switched from Unity to Unreal, and then it wasn't feeling great, so we started pixel streaming it, and then we had this solution, and then suddenly all these brands started calling. And then later we switched, not only until 2021, right? We knew that this was metaverse.
Bally?
With us, again, it's always a journey. So you had your journey, I think Evidome had its journey as well, and it started with Meta Hero. So we started creating these avatars, but then we were like, okay, we create these avatars, we do this scan. Where are these avatars going to sit? What are we going to do with these? They need a home. And that's when the metaverse started, and then we created our own, we started to create the journey, the metaverse, and our own story, and that's how it started with us. We needed a home for these avatars, these NFTs. NFTs, right now it's a very, very, I wouldn't say controversial, it's a very unsteady time for NFTs. They're trying to get their foothold back, and they will, because the technology is the genius part of it, and it will be used for multiple, I think, utilities. I mean, it's great. You just have to, we just have to, I guess, redirect what's happening in the NFT world. So the journey for us was from creating these avatars and making a home for them in Evidome.
Now, you mentioned different metaverses quite a few times. One of the problems that the industry is actually facing today is because of that different metaverses. Different experiences. Some metaverses you can log in from the website, some you have to log in, so different experiences. Now, one of the questions that people are asking, how many metaverses can you actually have, right?
How many .coms can you have?
Good question, but here's the thing now. Do you see any, like, a way in the future for them to connect from one person to, now, here's what I'm talking about. Digital identities, right? It's all backed up by blockchain code. Say, for example, I'm a user, and I log into one metaverse, and all my data is there. Now, I want this data to be carried forward to another metaverse. But the issue that people are facing now is because there's no connection. How do you solve that? Do you see the industry solving that? And do you suggest that the industry actually find ways to solve that?
I think a lot of metaverses are facing this problem. because we're at a very nascent stage and we're not at the top of the pyramid with the blue chips, right now everybody's communicating. The blockchain industry is like a family. So I think we're all open to connecting with each other. And as you said, blockchain is a very safe environment, safe as any. So that connectivity is already being spoken about, and we are, Everdome will be open to other metaverses. You can jump from metaverse to metaverse, at the same time keeping your data secure. So I think that won't be a problem.
I'd like to just to give some examples of what actually is happening and how the industry is working on this. First of all, absolutely, it's a very collaborative industry to be in, the most collaborative I've been in, I would say. So we speak openly about this. What is the JPEG of the next internet? What is it going to be? And at the moment, it's not solved, but we see different temporary solutions, and we see a lot of organizations bringing together the biggest companies and the small builders in the world to solve exactly this problem. Some of the solutions that we are using now, until we figure it out, is, for example, if a user buy an NFTs, you can have different file formats integrated into that NFT. So that would mean that if you are buying or receiving an NFT inside a Journee experience, then let's say it's a jacket, that jacket will be really high resolution and work in Journee with your avatar. And then if you enter something else that maybe is not pixel streamed, so your resolution is lower, then it still will look good in that file format, in a different file format there. So those solutions we're already working with. And you also have companies like Ready Player Me that is doing a great job in providing interoperability in that sense. So there's lots of things happening, and we're waiting for the JPEG.
I think the beauty about our industry is we think of solutions. We don't block each other. You know, we don't, well, every industry has its egotistical people, but we're connected. We want this industry to move forward. A loss for us is a loss for everybody. That's not like that in the commercial world at the moment. So we're very lucky to be a part of this new movement, and everybody is moving towards this digital journey. Look at MoneyGram. They've moved from doing something completely different to what they're doing now. They're working on their digital wallets. They're moving into this area in a huge way. So I think the blue chips can see that they need to be a part of this journey, or they'll be left behind.
And what about uniqueness, exclusivity? I think luxury industry is a big part of it is about that. It's having something that the rest of the world cannot have. Now, metaverse NFT is creating access to a lot of people that didn't have access before. Perhaps they were priced out. Perhaps they felt like they didn't belong. But opening the chance to log on to the metaverse or buying an NFT gives them access to that. Doesn't that clash with perhaps traditional luxury industry customers?
I think blockchain clashes with all traditional business, but it also, they understand the fact that it's really supporting their businesses as well, and it's the way forward. We were having this conversation outside again. We were talking about...
But you're answering perhaps from the business perspective. I love that answer. I want you to continue, but also I'm thinking of the luxury industry consumer. So the guy that used to own a Ferrari. Now perhaps there's a Ferrari metaverse, and anyone can log in and drive a Ferrari in the metaverse.
I think
wouldn't that?
No, I think it's the same as when you're a kid, right? When you just have something with a logo on, you know. I'm going back to my age. Coca-Cola yo-yos, you know, whatever it may be, you start from somewhere, and it might just be an NFT. It might just be a Nike NFT, which cost you €1 because you can't afford €100 pair of sneakers. But it's all about aspiring to afford it. Yes, you might be able to drive a Ferrari in the metaverse, but that doesn't mean it's the same as owning a Ferrari. So I think it's all about inspiration, it's a clever way to get people hooked on your product.
But wouldn't the owner of the physical Nike, the €100 Nike, wouldn't he felt like he's losing some of what made him unique?
No, because he aspired one day, he was in that position where he couldn't afford that Nike. We don't just wake up in the morning and buy Ferraris or Nike trainers. We have to work for them as kids as well. You have to do something to get your Nike trainers. You have to be good. You have to. Everything's a journey, and it's a reward system, right? The reward system starts with your parents and goes on to the companies that you work for. So I think it's more inspirational, having that access, seeing these products the same way as being on Instagram. It doesn't mean you can stand in front of a Ferrari, but it doesn't mean you own one. You know, a lot of people do have that perception on Instagram, but still, it's actually owning it and working your way up is all a part of the journey.
Aida?
Yeah, I work with a lot of the big luxury brands and actually sit and support them and have conversations around their metaverse strategies that pretty much all of them are finishing as we speak to kick them in next year. And if you translate, I'm going to piggyback on what you say there. It's much more like a wearable is much more connected to having the smallest Chanel little wallet or a scarf than having the full thing. So it's the smallest touch point of a brand, or just having maybe that little sticker. So that's where those items are. But then again, if we speak about exclusivity and uniqueness, what we see is that these brands are changing the way that they are meeting their consumers or customers, whatever we want to call the followers. They're changing where they're meeting them. So they will meet them in Roblox, they will meet them in Decentraland, they will meet them in many, many different places. And then they will also have their flagship store, which would then be with something like with Journee. And in that flagship store, this is where you have your full-blown creative expression of the brand, and you can only access it through that domain, and maybe you token gate it for your specific customers, that the ones that actually have the car can only access a certain area of this world or that specific concert or things like that. So I don't think that we are changing the way that the brands work. It's just a different expression.
It's a new concept of exclusivity.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's new. I would say it's a translation of into 3D internet.
I think it's all about, like I said, it's all about aspiring to have that car in your garage or those sneakers on your feet.
Tell me about mindset. A lot of people today, especially new users who are not in the industry, they think that the metaverse is a game.
That's what it started from, right?
But in my opinion, I say the metaverse is a real world in the digital space where you can have limitless opportunities to do anything that you want. How do you change this mindset, and how do you get the users to understand that actually the metaverse is not a game?
We never said game, and we never said metaverse. It was just a link you clicked. And
but
then
the
you have
users
an
think it's a
experience.
game.
Huh?
A lot of users think that the metaverse is a game.
Yeah, so when we did that, nobody... it's a communication challenge, but for us it was never really a challenge because we just gave an experience. And if we go back to the BMW case, for example, the users got access by clicking on a link that Coldplay was sharing on their Instagram story. That's it. So the word game was never even used, and in the media, you know, TikToks and Instagram and Twitter and everything, nobody ever compared the experience to a game. So I think it's where you just start and how you design the actual experience. The Journee experiences are as you've experienced it. So, you know, it's not designed as a game. So once you're there, if you're a gamer, you're not going to recognize the mechanics in that way.
Yeah, I think it's just the press and how people want to throw a spanner in the works, as they say. You know, it's just a game. You know, who thought people were going to be using, you know, if I went to my grandma, right, 30 years ago, I said, do you see this piece of plastic, grandma, I'm going to be buying everything on this. My grandma would have slapped me around the back of the head and said I'm crazy. Because at that time, fear was the main thing they were promoting. So it's the same here. It's about the perception and how we change it, you know, and it's going to take time. You know, people didn't want to use .com at the very beginning. People didn't want to use the internet. People are always afraid of things that they don't understand. So it's just an educational task we have ahead of us. But slowly but surely, people will understand they can use this in their everyday lives.
I want to touch base about security, right? You said .com, and then you have different metaverses. Now you also have the dark web, right? Do you see a dark metaverse?
Absolutely. I think if we, with anything that we do as humans, I mean, we are the ones that create wars. We are abusing other humans. We speak terribly to each other. We hit each other. That is what we are. But we're also that bright side, beautiful, creative, problem solving, making peace, all of that. So with anything, any tool that we get access to, we will see both. So we're going to see terrible things happening in this new internet, just as we've seen terrible things happening at the first internet. And social media, it's the same thing. It's us. It's not the tool.
I think it's the beauty about the reason why blockchain was created and decentralization was created was to have freedom of speech, to do what you want to do with your money, to do what you want to do with your life, to be told the truth. I mean, I don't want to get into politics here. What we see on the press and the media is not what really happens in life. And you're very stupid if you think it is. And a lot of people are stupid because they're sheep. So it is, you know, it's a lot easier to accept something than argue against it. So I think, yes, there will be different voices out there. But that's the beauty of what we're doing. There will be other voices. We won't be suppressed. I don't want to get too, you know, into this. But yeah, we will have that freedom of speech, and that's what we really need. People are tired of being controlled. You know, as soon as it goes, it's like Instagram. Instagram was fun, right? Then all of a sudden, Facebook buys it. All of a sudden, it's a commercial product. All of a sudden, we get told what we can see and what we can't see. You know, if somebody says something on Instagram, it gets blocked. Again, it's control. Decentralization is freedom, and that's what people love. And that's, you know, what I love, because I want to say whatever I say. Sometimes I keep my mouth shut and say, okay, I better not say that, because it'll get me in trouble. But the truth of the matter is, yes, there will be a dark.
But each metaverse will eventually be owned by someone, a particular company, whatever, and they could determine what can or cannot be done within that metaverse.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be controls, and controls are there for a reason. But there's controls and control. Two different things.
I mean, you could program, for example, I mean, I'm asking, right? Could you program your particular metaverse so that, for example, no avatar could kill each other?
Of course.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's not... Obviously, there's got to be limits put into everything. There's limits put into everything we do today. So those controls will be there.
We also have brilliant minds working on, sorry for interrupting you, on exactly this. For example, how to monitor hate speech. And some of our friends at Journee, an amazing AI company, they're working exactly on this. Like, how do we pick up what an avatar does or says, or what's happening in the chats, and how do we monitor that? So it's there. And for example, in most of the metaverses today, or 3D worlds, the avatars can only do so much.
Exactly.
So they cannot, there is no button where you can hit another avatar. So there are several ways of creating that, what in the real world would be a legal system, right? Governance.
One option would be just simply copy like real life legal system and apply it
No
to the
thanks.
metaverse. Is that?
No, why would we do that?
But then that would
Then there you go. Then you're restricted. You might as well stay in the real world.
But we're just talking about
Boundaries.
restrictions.
No, but we're talking about, you're talking about controlling what people do and then putting them in under a governance. That's different. We would just not put those functions in our metaverse. We wouldn't allow people to hit, so it wouldn't get to the stage where they'd
But
be fined.
then it's not necessarily free. Don't you?
Well, in a
ever
real
hit
world,
anyone?
yeah, but the problem is, the issue is, yeah, in the real world we do that, but is it correct? You know, if we hit somebody, okay, we've all hit somebody, yeah? You know, as kids or whatever that's whenever it's happened, but is it right? If we can start changing mindsets from
But
a
then
very early
who
stage,
determines what is right? Each metaverse will.
we all know
determine-
what's right. We all know what's right. We're not stupid. But do we do what's right?
My
No, we don't.
definition
We
of
do
right
what's... we-
may not necessarily be the same as yours, and each metaverse will have a particular definition of what is right. So, for example, in what IDA develops, being right might mean you cannot go into her online store and steal something. In steal.com metaverse, perhaps the whole idea would be just get in and be the best thief ever.
Yeah, but you see, there you go. I think the mindsets of the blockchain industry isn't that way. That's the truth. And that's your point of view is the commercial, capitalistic point of view. Yes, they'll do it to make money. That's the truth, you know, and they will get to the stage where we'll sit, maybe in 20 years' time, if we're still around, we'll sit and saying, well, when we were controlling the metaverse, that would have never happened. But it will get to the point where people will push it to its limits and change people's mindsets. But going back to your conversation, we all know what's right and wrong. You just said it yourself. Hitting somebody's wrong, right? So we know it. So why would we put it in the metaverse? Stealing is wrong. So why would we put it in the metaverse? It's today's principles and morals that the kids of the future need to understand. And if we don't put it in now, when are they going to understand? Right now, kids, I'm sorry, I'm going to carry on. Right now, kids.
That's what we brought you here for.
No,
Go ahead.
What's the role model we have at the moment? What's the biggest influencer in the world? I want to be very blatant here.
Social media.
Yeah? No, okay, name one of the biggest influencers. Let's talk about Kim Kardashian. What's she famous for, guys?
Nothing.
No, what's she famous for, guys? We all know
sex
what
tape.
she's famous. There you go. And that's the person who's telling our kids what to do. And that's what my daughters are looking at it. You know, your kids are looking at it. So we really need to sit down and have a real conversation about what's right and wrong. You've triggered me off. That's what you wanted to do. So anyway, please carry on.
No, but
2 points, if you don't
Go
mind.
ahead.
2 points. I'll come back to the kids part after this. Do you think, I mean, you're right, governance, and having a central entity controlling anything in the metaverse, it just does not fit the purpose. It's supposed to be decentralized. Totally agree with you. Do you think, the role of DAOs in that space, in that particular sense, you think DAOs can actually enter and help those rules and regulations? Because in my opinion, in a metaverse, you can't tell somebody what they can do, because that's controlling. But you can have limitations, like you can't kill somebody, you can't abuse. You can do that, have certain parameters. But say, for example, there are instances, and as it happens, so do you think DAO could play a key role in this?
I think the DAO system is very smart. I think what they're doing is clever. But again, the people that sit on top of that DAO, because there'll always be control somewhere, the people that sit on top of that DAO are the people that are in control. Again, it's the mindset of the people that govern that DAO is going to be the problem. It's the mindset of the people that control our world that we live in today. You know, it's a very controversial situation. What's right and what's wrong is completely two different things. Like you gave me a prime example, you know, and that's what's going on in the world today. You know, hitme.com is what's selling, you know, and they're weapons. And that's the truth. The world works around weapons, and they start war to make money, you know. But is it right? People die. No, it's not. But do we do it? Yes, we do.
That's the point. My view is that we're thinking about the metaverse as a idealistic place where all the problems from real life will simply disappear because we will code them out. But that's human nature. So if people want to hit people, I don't see a way that you can stop it even in the metaverse. They will find a way to do it.
I think that's where the DAO probably would come in. I mean, but then again,
I think people will find a way, and people will create metaverses for violence. You know, the same way they create metaverses for pedophilia. And, you know, it can be blocked because last time I checked, as soon as I said the word COVID, it was blocked and it was censored, right? So if it can be censored, why are we not censoring it? You know, why are these things happening? So things can be resolved. You can't turn around and say people will find a way. People will pay their way through, like people do, like these cults, and I'm sorry, that's what they are, and they still are sitting in today's society. They're getting caught out a little bit more. Look at Balenciaga, the whole situation there. They're getting caught, people are speaking up, and it's all about control and how much you speak up and how you interpretate things.
My second point
You're going to get me in trouble, you guys. I'm leaving the stage.
Can't wear Balenciaga no more. My second point was, when you mentioned kids, now, obviously as individuals, as parents, in schools nowadays they're promoting Roblox, right? And in this sense, like as individuals and as parents, what do you see like the children having an experience in the metaverse as, and where do you draw the boundary? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you get the children to, as children, I mean, as parents, we don't want our children to spend time on TV or on iPads. But then, as the future foresees itself, you can actually see the next generation living a parallel life on probably VR, AR. How do you draw a boundary there? And what are your thoughts on that?
I'm never going to be allowed to speak on any panel ever again, I think, after today.
If this is your last time,
yeah,
go
let me
at
go out
it.
with a bang, guys. I think, you see, education is, in each country it's different. That's the truth. And it's the agenda that the government has that they want to program the kids to go, you know, in history. History where we get taught at school, and history when we leave school, and what we find out by reading other books and taking other people's opinions. You know, they always say there's his version, her version, and the truth. So it's the same when it comes to politics as well and governments. So everything can be controlled. Everything can be put in the right direction. That's up to the governance again, the governments, to put the right agenda in. You know, everything we see every day, it's a hidden agenda, or it's an agenda or a direction that people want to take us into. So yes, of course it can be, but it's up to us to make those decisions and the governments to make those decisions to tell, you know, the schools what they want in there. We can make metaverses about love, education, peace, the basic principles of life, you know, but will we? I'm not sure. It's not in my hands, and if it was in my hands, yes, I would stick to very basics.
But would it sell?
We're not about selling, it's about your future. It's about the future of this planet.
But isn't the metaverse
That's the thing, you see. I'm not a socialist. Yep, I guess I'm a capitalist, or I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm a new age hippie, as they say. But there's a balance. How much do you want to sell before you sell your soul to the devil? You know, do we really want to destroy our future? We're destroying it every day with whatever we do. I'm one of the people that jumps on a plane whenever I need to. But I still say we need to look after the environment. There's silly things we can do to save things. So like I said, it's not always about selling. You can still make money and still do the right thing.
You raise a good point, and I think it's a bit connected to what we were discussing yesterday about the environment. This is a question for both of you. Is there any environmental risk to the metaverse? Is it polluting in any way, like the energy resources that you might need to program? Has that been taken into account?
I think it's
I'll keep my mouth shut.
No, we like you talking, don't worry.
I think we, and especially working with luxury brands and fashion brands, we see a lot of opportunities with these new technologies of limiting waste, for example, and creating opportunities to actually do something that would change a lot when it comes to climate questions. Just imagine, you know, working a lot with H&M, seeing what they are testing out. Imagine that you won't anymore have stores with all those different sizes and so many of each, and you will never more have those type of sales that we see, or dumping all that waste in Africa, for example. So we could move away from that. But then where I think about waste and environment, there are a few things that I like to add. I don't think that the electricity spent is the major concern here, because we will very soon also have solar panel server centers and all of that. So we'll be good. And even when you speak to experts, the amount of electricity that we spend there is not that bad if we compare. But for me, it's about remembering the whole chain, because for all these hardwares and all the batteries that we need for the solar panels and all of that, those all need materials, those all need minerals. So how's our mining looking like? That's how we need to, that's where we need to go. And how are the new mines that we are building, a lot in Africa, and I see a lot of it, I'm based in Southern Africa, how are we building those? And are they sustainable? And how many more should we?
So we should look at the supply chain of the metaverse.
We have to look at, we have to have a holistic idea of what we're doing, and not saying only kind of the top of the iceberg. Oh no, but we're saving the fashion industry now by not having waste. We have to look all the way and seeing how it's impacting the real source of.
I think fashion, how could I say this? I think you can save a lot of time and resource, and a lot of product, you know, if we all got measured, you know. If just imagine you go into a store and you measure yourselves, and it's on the system. I know different products have different measurements. Yep. So if you go into Gucci, it will fit differently and so on. But sooner or later, that will happen, where you go into a store, you get measured, and you can try your things on in the metaverse. It won't be the same, but sooner or later, it will be the same, where you can walk around in your outfit in the metaverse on your catwalk and see how it really looks.
How far are we from that?
We're very close, actually.
Very close, and I have a question actually. And I asked this question yesterday as well. As a user, I buy something in the metaverse, like a dress. And do you see that there's a combination of this to the real life dress? So I buy it on the metaverse, and then I copy the blockchain code. I go, say it's LV, and go to the website and paste the blockchain code, and they know what exactly I have bought. But then I have to, and there are two questions to this. I have to enter the information where I enter where the dress has to be delivered, my measurements, and they actually can deliver this dress to me. Question number one, do you see this happening? Number two is, what about privacy in that case?
I see that what you're mentioning and a few other similar use cases are already out there, so it is happening. The one use case that I find is interesting, where it's not blockchain involved yet, is one that H&M did recently, where you didn't have to measure yourself. And I was all into, let's all get measured top to toe, until they told me this. They had a questionnaire where you tell your age, you know, where you live, honestly how much you work out, what type of exercise you do, what type of food you eat. You filled all that out without saying, you know, exactly what the exact measurements of the body is. And the error, size error, which usually in fast fashion, please somebody correct me if you know, I think it's something like 40% correct or something like that. But here you had something like a 5% error by just asking questions. So I drifted a bit from your question, but the point is that there are really good use cases out there, and some of the use cases are also using that you buy something as an NFT first, and then you have this t-shirt, for example, and you can hang out with that in different metaverses while it's being produced. And then the price doesn't necessarily go up. The only thing that has changed is the waiting time. But you're playing with that then.
Yep, you know, everybody's excited when they buy something they want to try on straight away. And walk out the store when you're a kid, you're like, I'm going to put my shoes on now. So I guess that's the same right now. We've all still got a kid in us. And as your conversation yesterday about security, I was listening. I think in every industry, there is security breaches, but there's always a solution. You know, when you talked about decentralization.
Actually, it was more about privacy.
Privacy, yeah, privacy. So there is a way around privacy, and my wife and me were talking, and she did say there is a solution for privacy, because you can buy anonymously on the blockchain, yep, and you can deliver to a PO box. Very simple. So nobody has to know where you live. When you open your front door, when, you know, we all know about safety and privacy, right? When you open your front door, somebody looks in your front door, that person could be talking to somebody who would come and rob your house the next day. It's happened, right? It happens in every day. All of a sudden now, that security breach is completely gone. So you can buy private, you can get it delivered to your PO box, you can go pick it up and nobody knows where you are and you're still anonymous. So it's quite good. That solution wasn't created by me, it was created by my business partner and my wife. She told me, this is their answer. I've got I was just randomly in the car and she was thinking about it. She goes, this is the answer. This is how you keep your privacy with blockchain.
I mean, this is what this is all about, you know, for experts to actually enlighten us with their knowledge or their suggestions, so audiences and people around the world can actually learn or develop ways to solve the problems that we are actually, you know, asking about. I want to ask you about, for the people who don't know, about the role of NFTs in the metaverse and the benefits. There are a lot of people who might not know what NFTs are and what role they play in the metaverse. So if you can enlighten us with your, you know, thoughts and expertise.
Do you want to go first?
He's tired.
I don't think there is one answer on that question, and we're still exploring, and we will see many, many different expressions and solutions on this. In the beginning, for us as a company, we mainly saw art. So we had a big art exhibition for Art Basel last year, the kind of coming out party of art NFTs. And then it's, you know, you purchase it and you own it. So it's showing that you have what I like to think of association with the artwork. So it went from that, and then you have the whole fashion where you can own a digital item. It shows that it's yours. But if you then start thinking about what will the NFTs be in the metaverse in the long run, for me, I see the developments now to be different than that. I see it being a lot of being able to carry things across. So speaking about the interoperability, very big function. Another function is the reward system and the token gatings. And that is coming very strong. So instead of being, it will have function in art and in proving ownership and all of that. But when it comes to metaverse, I see that being a very, very strong theme. And I mean, it's also what you were speaking about. We need the 3D worlds to show all these things we own. So it goes both ways.
NFTs, they can be used in pretty much anything. In the future, I think people will have their house deeds or their car logbook as an NFT. At least you don't lose it or it doesn't deteriorate with your driving license. Your driving license can be an NFT. How much time, resource, materials would we save instead of having these huge archives full of paper, you know, which is again, you know, a waste. So if we can use NFTs in a very, very clever way, it's all about the utility. I mean, I think art took over NFTs and everybody was talking about the art, but they forgot about the beauty of NFTs, which you can use. Like I said, driving license, logbooks, all these things can be stored somewhere instead of being put in a room to collect dust or losing them like I lose everything.
Aida, you just mentioned NFTs and token gate. Can you explain a bit more about that?
So what I would imagine, I have to speak like that now because there is no case that I could show you at this point. Imagine that a specific brand, let's say this is the Datachain brand, okay, for today. The Datachain has their own metaverse, and just like any brand, they have a kind of reward system or a membership system. So that will be then recorded in the blockchain instead of being a plastic card, right? And
that
then,
is a nightmare.
Yeah.
The plastic card, because
that
we all lose the
them.
plastic card.
Are you a member? Yes, but I don't have my card. That's the story of my life. Never get that 10th coffee, right? So that's where we will see the usage instead. And then I think I mentioned earlier, then the brands can play with having access to certain areas, certain experiences and all of that in the digital world, but also in the physical world by using this kind of technology. So I think this could be, a lot of fun.
Definitely something very important, because I'm sure everybody in this room has had that instant, but I'm a member, but in the system it's showing up, but I can't give you it because it's not working correctly. I can't, I've sat there with operators, I'm trying to press, the operator's like, you're right, but I can't do anything about it. The system won't let me. So hopefully this NFTs will help where, you can prove that, yep, this is me. So yeah, I think there's a lot in the future that's going to be dependent on NFTs.
So Bally.
And then we can complain about NFTs.
Tell me about the future of now the luxury. Tell us also more about what's happening with Everdome. What are the future plans, especially now in this region as well? Give us your insights, thoughts, future plans, just to get a perspective. And then I would also like to know about Journee as well. What are the future plans? So,
I think luxury, luxury is a big word. I mean, there's lots of different ways you can go with this. And as you're saying, metaverse, luxury, I'll give you a prime example that I touched on earlier on, is about experience. When I sit with a consumer, maybe a VIP client, maybe just a normal person buying a GA ticket. But where will I be is the main question, right? Oh, what will my view be? How can you, and on a website, there's only so much you can do, right? I think in the future, when a customer asks, maybe Formula One, maybe horse racing, maybe a concert, yep. And we've touched on this with Emirates Airlines when they've done their, virtual world, which they've tried to do. When you can walk a consumer into an arena and put them on their seat and say, this is your view. I think that's going to be the future of luxury, where people can really see and experience what they're going to get. Maybe the sound, maybe the, the view.
So the experience.
The experience. And I think luxury at the moment is in a very strange stage. A prime example is when you go to a shop, you walk into Chanel. You can't walk into Chanel anymore. You can't walk into Dior anymore. You stand there like you're standing in an unemployment queue, and you stand there, you feel like useless, and you're like, I want to go in, otherwise the wife's going to be angry if I walk out of the queue. But you have to queue, and that's not luxury anymore. Luxury is changing. People think the perception of luxury is different. If I'm spending thousands of dollars on a pair of shoes or a handbag or a nice blazer for myself, right? Why am I standing in a queue? COVID's gone, guys, and they're still making you stand in queues. So I think there's a big gap that needs to be bridged now with luxury, because I think maybe it's staff, maybe it's management, I don't know. But the flow of luxury has completely changed in my eyes, and hopefully the metaverse will help people get that importance back, that feeling back when they buy a pair of trainers or buy a handbag, instead of standing in a queue and then handing somebody over $3,000 and going, here's your bag. It's not there anymore. When you walked, again, when you walk into a tailor, you get an experience, right? It's the same with events. I do my events to create experiences, from a GA ticket to a super VIP to a sponsor. Everybody has to have an experience. Everybody. It's so important, whether you're trying on a pair of socks, whether you're, driving a car. When we walk into, some showrooms, and if you're not dressed right, they might not talk to you right. And we've all had that experience, that pretty woman experience. A friend of ours was saying it to us yesterday. I didn't have any makeup on. I didn't have my earrings on. Oh, madam, this is not in the sale. You see? Programming. So maybe the metaverse will change that perception. It might change the mindset. Programming might help give customers experience. Because that sales assistant had a bit of a bad day, that bad day goes on to the consumer. And if that person, that sales assistant's got a inferiority complex, Yeah, don't make you stand in that queue because you complained about it another 5 minutes when they can let you in. So the metaverse won't have these flaws, hopefully, where people can have these seamless experiences and really enjoy luxury. Whether it be a GA ticket, whether it be a sticker, whatever it may be. You know, everybody has the right to luxury, whatever it may be, however big or small it is.
Thank you.
Lots of points there. I think the only thing I would like to add on to that is the kind of hyper-personalization. You dropped in the tailor example into the conversation. And I hope, maybe, I don't know which one it is yet. We'll see if I'm right or not. I see that is what we're going back to. So we've had this moment in time where everything has been served to us in a finished product, and fast fashion has influenced everything, including luxury, but it's more going back to craft, going back to that experience that you have when you go into a tailor. I still get my clothes tailored. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we will see more of that experience, and that expression of luxury will make us, again, just like when we visit a tailor, feel unique, and we will feel that the focus is all on us. And we can translate that in digital worlds as well, where you have AIs supporting the experience and giving you a tailored experience, seeing what you want to see or what you didn't know you wanted to see, and having a conversation and having all of that you can get in a tailored experience. And then again, bridging that to physical worlds. So what will a flagship store be like? And again, bridging with fast fashion, I don't think that we will see this huge amount of clothes anymore, but maybe one of each. So you can try it on and feel the fabric, because we're still physical people, and have that. And then I think you asked about the future also.
So what's next for Journee? What's
Okay.
next?
I think you
what's
missed
next for
answering
Journee?
that, so I'm going to answer quick and
Sorry.
then hand it over to you. The future of Journee, I would say our first year was, oh, this is what we're doing, everybody's calling us. Okay, I think we invented something crazy. That's the first year. Second year was, okay, we work with everybody now. And we are in the midst of helping these big corporates and brands to develop what they will be in the future. Where we are going is to definitely keep our creative house, but we're also opening up our technology for other creators to deploy on our technology, because we realized we created something great. So that's where we will start seeing a Journee X, that we call it, where we collaborate with other 3D creators and brands that have their own Unreal artists in-house. And that's where we're seeing agencies and brands are deploying these teams. So I would say we would not only build, design, our creators wouldn't only design the most beautiful internet, but we would also enable brands and creators to build beautiful internet.
Exciting. Bally, what's
Future?
next? What's next for
I think
Richlist?
we're on the same page, because with Everdome, we did a land sale. So you can buy your own space and you can build out your own space. So I think you're right. We give people the opportunity to create their own space. That's the future, where people can enjoy their own environments and be in the environment they want to be in. So yeah, I think that's definitely the way forward, where you let people do what they want to do. May be tailored, as we said, or maybe off the shelf, but people have the choice and the option. That's the difference between this is it, take it or leave it.
I think this has
Do you have any questions, Leo?
No, we're almost out of time. So this
perfect.
has been an amazing panel. We want to thank you for being so outspoken. It was beautiful. And now we're going to have some 10, 15 minutes of open questions from our public, from our audience. So if anyone feels brave enough to make the first question.
Difficult, especially to Bally.
I've had enough.
Please, if anybody has any questions.
Free coffee for the one that goes first.
I think we've talked.
Almost about everything.
Everybody's got their answer. Oh no, I'm in trouble.
There we go.
Please,
Where's the mic?
can she have the mic, please?
No, there's another one.
That's an extra one right here. You better be making her the coffee, yeah?
Thank you. Good morning. I decided I won't talk, but since there was no one and the panel was obviously very amazing, thank you so much, so I decided to ask the question. I was participating in an amazing event last week, and the discussion, they were introducing a lot of different applications on metaverse and NFT uses within that. And then after this event, one of the participants approached us and made a very correct answer. I thought all of this was so amazing. I really want to be part of that. But where is this metaverse? So that is obviously the issue we have. So what is your view, what is your opinion on how will we make it less complicated, less scary, and more admirable or more attractive to most of the masses, to people like myself, born in the 60s, and feeling really cool knowing how WhatsApp with all its features works. But still, metaverse and creating avatar, being able to interact there, actually find the other people, talk with them. I know how to jump, by the way. My avatar is good in that. But how do you see it? What is the way forward that would make it easy, accessible, and not that scary for most of the people non-tech?
I've already requested the word here from my fellow panelist because this is a hard question for Journee. And I'll explain how we think as a company, but I would like to give you an example of what we did very early. So once we had left that museum that I spoke about and started to build other types of worlds, we started with building a forest. And this was still COVID, and our co-founder, Thomas, sent a link and a WhatsApp message or a text message, I'm not aware, to his father, who was in his 60s. And the father clicked the link. They both got an avatar each, and they walked through this forest together. They spent something like 20 minutes in this forest, and afterwards, Thomas got a message from his father saying something I had no idea, that we could have a shared experience in the internet, and that was extremely beautiful. Conversation went on. That was the last time Thomas met his father. So for us as a company, we cannot design something that is only accessible to the few. It has to be accessible to my grandmother, who's 95, and my niece at the same time. And it has to be accessible by a link, and what we chatted a lot about here is the .com. Very easy onboarding. It will all be, digital assets and all of that, and we can keep speaking about the technologies, but for the user, it should just be click, click, oh, and here I am, and oh, it's just a space bar, now I'm jumping. So we have to build, and that's what we are busy with, building as simple user interactions as possible, just like we figured out how to make the apps intuitive, right? It's the same thing for the metaverse. And it has to be, in our point of view, accessible in the devices that users are using right now. And it has to have pretty much no demands on the user devices. So the simplest screen that you can play a simple YouTube video in, that's it. And in that sense, we have generational accessibility, but we can also start speaking about global accessibility in that sense. So that's what we do. And yeah, thank you for that question. It's an extremely important question that is very often overlooked.
Thank you, Ada. Anything to add, or?
I think she's answered the question.
Perfect.
Make it simple.
If there are no more questions, okay, please go ahead. Can the gentleman have the mic?
Hello everyone, my name is Tano. I help creators launch fashion in the metaverse and in real life. And my question is an advice. Which would be your advice for a metaverse and NFT fashion founder just arrived in Dubai?
Oh, okay. Well, welcome to Dubai. I think you're in a very, very, very welcoming environment when it comes to metaverse and Web3. Advice is get out there, network with people. I think Dubai is very welcoming. The community, the Web3 community, there's so many places out there that have this kind of conversation on a daily basis. So yeah, that's my advice. Get out there. There's so much, there's so many get-togethers, meets on a daily basis, and get to meet everybody. I think the beauty about Dubai and the Middle East still to this day is access. It's so surprising how easy it is to meet somebody and say, oh, I know Sheikh Mohammed. And literally, somebody will know Sheikh Mohammed. The opportunities are still here in this country. When you go to a place like New York or you go to a place like London, it's impossible. Here, the possibilities in the UAE are endless. They gave me my opportunities where I couldn't get them in Europe. And that's the truth. They wouldn't listen. There was too much competition and so on. Here, they gave me their ear and they gave me the opportunity. And that's why, touch wood, I'm as lucky as I am today and sitting on this stage and in this position, because the UAE give people opportunities and give people the chances. So yeah, you're in a very, very cool space. Now it's up to you to be successful.
And I would like to add, even the government is actually supporting these initiatives, the Metaverse Strategy and the Dubai Future Foundation. So thank you very much. Any questions? I think if not, that... Sure.
Sorry, I just heard this, maybe the hottest buzzword, Web3. So can the metaverse owners first answer? Are you running your platform Web3 or Web2?
I didn't actually hear the question.
Are you running on your platform? Do you consider your platform running on Web2 or Web3?
That is not a short answer. So the way that Journee works is basically that we have an engine. Think of it as a game engine being live rendered, and that is running in the background. And on front of that, it's like a glass window. And that glass window is the web. And that means that it doesn't matter if the brands are using Web 2 or Web 3. Anything can run in that glass window.
Can I politely disagree? Web3 is fully decentralized, which means that there are very few metaverses that try to run on Web3, and the TPS is very low, which means that there are maybe 20 people per day accessing these platforms. And that's something that I want to everybody to... Let me continue for very well, if you don't mind. Let's try not to confuse people. We are very early phase. You guys are doing an excellent job, but you're not Web3. You are Web 2.5 something. Because if your platform is running on centralized servers, cloud or something, you are Web 2. And you are using only some transactions, like NFT transactions run on some blockchain. That's the part of it. But Web3 is fully decentralized, and we are getting there, but we're not there yet. And people are getting confused.
Yeah, and that is the answer of the question, right? Because if we want to have that accessibility that we are talking about, we have to work with where the users are today and where the technologies are today. So what we are doing, the cloud rendering that we are doing right now, is not possible to do decentralized. There are people that are building it, but it's not there yet.
I completely agree with you. We're at a very early stage, and we're all shooting for the stars. So yeah, you're right when it comes to the user bases and so on. But slowly but surely, the Amazons or the Googles of the world or whoever it may be, we're getting there. Slowly but surely, we'll get there. We're all learning every day, and you have a very valid point.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions. I think we will take a break for now. We'll have some coffee, tea, and we'll come back for the next session. Yeah?
va, je vais là. Yeah, I think so. We're going to play the video again, like the short one.
Okay, we will wait, I think. Bally is
Yeah. Welcome back, people, for the second part of that roundtable this morning, day 2 SOTB. I hope you enjoy it, and I'm going to enjoy that second part, talking about women making the blockchain industry. For that, we're welcoming Shabana Abdul Razzak, CEO at Maison. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Yunna Albegova, qui est a virtual human. Thank you. And Maria Sultanova, co-founder of Art Deco. You're there. Thank you. Well, people, enjoy, and good luck to you two guys.
You can just grab your mics. Welcome, ladies. Thank you for being here. So let's start off with a brief introduction about what you guys do. We'll start off with Maria. Before we start, I just want to say some things about each of the companies that you represent. ArtsDAO is one of the biggest NFT community in the UAE, with I think over 500 to 600 prominent members. And the fastest growing NFT community in the UAE as well. Yunna, you have one of the most digitally advanced, I would say, an influencer that I've ever seen. The integration and it's seamless, it's very, very, very amazing. And I really want to know how you take this influencer and use it in different aspects of the blockchain. And then you need no introduction. You're from the prominent ARY group. They're one of the biggest groups in Pakistan and in Dubai, representing from TV to jewelries to properties, and it's an honor to have you here as well. Please take the stage, introduce yourself. I think you can do a better job than I did. And let's start. Please, Maria.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Hamza. So my name is Maria. I'm one of the few people who started about 1.5 years ago an NFT community. We actually didn't plan to grow to biggest community in Middle East. It was a small meetup for people who are interested into NFTs, digital assets, metaverses. We were 10 people, and we didn't expect to be just 700 in Dubai and about 7,000 worldwide. So we are helping people to adapt to this industry. We're helping artists from traditional to also adapt to Web3, how to bring their art, how to sell their art, helping them to understand how royalties working. We are doing creating exhibitions and different events. We do every month meetups for members, and on weekly basis we meet people like from everywhere and trying to make them interested and to see the future, how NFTs and metaverses and all the tokenization can change the world. So it's always better to do something together, right? So when you do your own research alone, sitting at home in front of YouTube or Google, it's completely different when 700 other people can actually give you advice, help you here and there. Sure, thanks a lot. So this is who we are, ArtsDAO. We welcome anyone who would like to visit one of our meetups. We are building many things, and inside the community, the amount of business during this 1 year happened. Like, I'm really happy to hear these stories when I see companies growing, I see people starting working together. I believe Hamza, also part of our community, he met many interesting people who help him in his projects. So this is who we are, and my name is Maria again. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Yunna.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yunna. I am initially a 3D fashion designer, and I've created a virtual avatar who became a virtual influencer in UAE. So far, I'm the first one and the only one in UAE right now. She is going to places wherever I go. She's doing some social activities. She was a model for 3D designers. She was designing 3D clothes herself. So this is something about my project, and I'm developing her as an influencer. And I also want her to educate people about metaverse, because the idea behind her is she came from metaverse, and she is in the real world, exploring real things, trying this and that, seeing how it goes, and meeting real friends, meeting virtual friends. Yeah, this is my project.
Does she have a name?
Yes, her name is Metakira. Her main home is Instagram. She also has LinkedIn and Twitter.
I want to.
She wants you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Shabana of the Razzak, and I represent my family business, which is ARY. And like Hamza said, that we are into from media to properties to jewelry and luxury items. ARY branched out into jewelry in the late 90s, and we were one of the first jewelers to have the shop.com concept, which we failed miserably in back then. But as we all know now, how it's all doing very well. So I think Maison that we have created is a luxury brand, and that will do very well in the metaverse. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll let Dio start off with the questions.
Yeah, I'd like to start with Maria and Yunna. You both deal with NFTs. Like, how are you surviving this bear market?
As we all know, bear market is a land of opportunities, right? So when somebody is losing, you can find your way to make money.
If you have liquidity.
If you have a liquidity, right? Again, not every project and NFT to enter requires liquidity. That's the beauty about NFT. So many projects were free, and then they raised so much money in volume and people made millions. I know so many stories, I hear them every day. It's about to know how the system works, to spend some time to do your research. But I'll tell you a little secret how I do that, right? So honestly, me personally, I don't have time to do that research and really following the projects and understand who's the team behind. So for me, it's doing my community. That's the beauty about it. So I'm like, everybody knows, I was like, guys, what is new? What is next? What is good to enter at the moment? What is below this amount to enter? And this is what it is about. Like, you hear the advice, you can step in, you choose. So NFTs as an art, not like NFTs can be in different shapes and forms. We all know today people were talking about NFTs can be a driving license, can be an ownership document or something, but if to talk about art, right? So it's about being in the right time, in the right place with right people. This is my advice to everyone who is entering this beautiful world of NFTs, crypto, and everything. About the community, right? How does all NFTs and all these projects started, and why even brands, luxury brands, any other brands looking into it? It's about community. It's all about community and collaborations with other projects. If you are supported by right people, you will be able to go through beer, shark, wolf market, call it anyhow you want. So,
but how can you discriminate the right people from the wrong people?
It's not that you blindly trust in people from beginning, right? You spend some time with them, you see what kind of decisions they made. And beauty of blockchain, where it's all based, where it's all landed, it is a history that you can track, right? So I have in the community many people who've done fortune in NFTs, or people who have lost money. And knowing their wallets, you can easily go and check and see what kind of decisions they've taken. So should I trust this person who advised me or advised the whole community, oh guys, I like what these people are doing, being with them, and also going to blockchain and check what decisions and when he has done, I can say, yeah, this advice I can trust.
So you're not researching projects, you're researching people's decisions on projects.
This is different ways how to take decisions. So it's about, like, for me, not being fully like in trading in NFTs if I want to make money. This is my way. But of course, many people really doing research. I've seen the Excel sheets where all this informations with the work done behind it is amazing as well and takes time. So right people, wrong people, do your own research, don't do your own research, trust people. You find your own way. You find your own style.
So Maria, I just want to ask you a very basic question, right? For a lot of people who don't know, what is an NFT? What is an NFT?
Okay, so how many of you know what is NFT? Just raise your hand. Okay, cool. So it's like 80% of the audience. So guys, it's non-fungible token, right? Something which you can also track the history. You know, it's on a blockchain. It can be on different blockchains, which actually gives you the ownership rights, gives you the whole story behind, what kind of contract behind it. You can always go to that particular blockchain, find a smart contract, see all the details about this NFT and what you enter into. So NFTs can be started as an art, but has so much potential to be used in so many industries in the world at the moment. It's just mind-blowing. It can be used in real estate, can be used in any kind of ownership confirmations, title deeds, driving licenses, birth certificates, and it's saving so much resources to use it this way, and there's so many also other ways to use it. We just guys so much at the beginning. It's so interesting to watch where it grows.
Now my question is for Yunna. You have a 3D virtual influencer. It is very important, like for example, the dresses that she wears are like an NFT, which can be sold. How do you see, can you brief us about how you use NFTs with the virtual influencers?
Yes, actually, I'm using this system because I've put some of her clothes on OpenSea as NFT. But the thing is, the utility is you're getting a file. However, not everyone can use that file because you have to be a designer. You have to know how to use the software, how to open it, and where you can use it. So it's not something, it's not like a picture or something that you can buy. However, I'm also thinking that I can expand it and I can do it more like those market places do when they sell digital clothes, and you send them your photo and they put the digital garment on you. So I'm thinking maybe I should go this way, so it will be more accessible to masses, because unless you are a designer, unless you use the software, you cannot use this OPJ file. And talking about this bear market, I started only this February with Metakira, so what I'm facing is only a bear market. I never seen other markets, so I think.
But it's gone really well for Metakira.
I have nothing to compare to, but I think a good thing is in Dubai the atmosphere is so active, like events like this are taking place and so many people are doing that. You can find so many professionals here that I think that minimizes the effect of bear market a little bit. And
how does her virtual assets, or like the dresses, for someone who's been in the traditional industry for so long, for generations actually, how does it affect the traditional business?
Actually, I'm in awe of listening to all this. And when I was told in the break that there is somebody who has created a virtual influencer, and my first thought came, oh my God, how can I have her for my website, web store, and on my Instagram. So yeah, it is traditional business, but it's changing, it's changing rapidly. So yeah, we will try this.
Shabana, you just mentioned in your introduction that your company tried an experience on the web and it failed.
Yes.
So question one, or another question, but could you please tell us about that experience? And building on that experience, why would you want to try Metaverse now?
All right, so back then, in the late 90s, we were ahead of our time. And my uncle, who's my dad's brother, thought that this will work because it was the era of the .com. And why not jewelry? And the market and the people were not ready at that time. It was very traditional. People wanted to try on. People used to save money to buy jewelry back then. Gold was 35 dirhams or 25 dirhams a gram at the time. And gold is now at 203 dirhams per gram, which is a lot of a difference. People back then saved all the pennies that they had in money and bought a piece of jewelry, which was luxury for them. Money is easily available now with all the trends that are happening in the market, with the crypto rich people who have just struck it rich like this, excuse my French, but luxury is available to everyone now. So I think with the new era, metaverse and all that, it's easy buying. So it's easy, acceptance is more now.
But aren't you afraid of failing again? Like
I don't think there's any room for failure now, because people are changing, ideas are changing, the world is changing every single day.
And what reception is this idea having within the company? Is there any resistance? Anybody that
No,
pulls back and says we should stick to what we know?
No, the only resistance was myself, because
And you're here now.
I'm here now. And thanks to Hamza. He keeps on explaining me every week, reminding me what blockchain is, what NFTs are, and he makes sure that just drills in my head. And yeah, here I am. And
So Yunna, for a traditional business like this, who's now wanting to evolve, how would you use your influencer or her, for example, her jewelry line? How would you integrate? Explain how you guys could, say, how would you work together? Give me a prime example.
how could we collaborate together?
How could you collaborate? Because for the people watching, they can generate ideas as well, and it would be, this is why we're trying to do community growth.
I already have an example. I already have Kira collaborated with one jeweler in Paris, and she already promoted one pair of earrings. So there are two ways. First is we can use real photos of real jewelry and combine them in special software, put it on Instagram, put it like everywhere on social media. And the second option is copying the real jewelry, bringing it into some metaverse, which one you like, and making an event to promote it, making an event to celebrate it. So in the metaverse, people can wear this jewelry. And also what you can do is AR thingy, when you make selfie or something, and it appears on your ears or on your neck. Very beautiful. So there are lots of ways. It depends on where you want to present it, in the real world, or you want to go to metaverse, and what message you want to bring with this collab.
Are you open to collaboration and working with us?
Yes, of course,
Then let's do
of
it.
course.
See, that's the first client. That's a client right there, right? What I'm loving here is the link between different businesses right there. I mean, you have a traditional business. She has a virtual influencer, and you have NFTs or the community. So I'm sitting here and I'm just imagining the collaboration right now happening
A whole ecosystem in this stage.
I would say the Three Musketeers, right there. It's just happening simultaneously, not a single thing sold. So, Maria, tell me now, how would you then emphasize or push that forward? Now you have a traditional business, you have the meta influencer who has her NFTs. What would you do as the fastest growing community in the region? Take that concept or that collaboration forward. So not only for these businesses, but other businesses as well.
Actually, for the brands, it can be any brand, jewelry or anything. So this is already happening in worldwide scene. You can see that even big names or big brands at this early stage stepping into the NFT industry, in a way, sometimes they fail. So again, we ask ourselves the question, why they fail? Take someone who has 60 million following and not selling out 10,000 NFTs collection. Probably because his audience or her audience or this brand audience is not yet educated and not yet really into this metaverse and NFT. They don't know what it is. So when it comes to building these successful cases for any brand, they need to reach out people who, first of all, of course, they need to reach out also people who are not yet adopted and bring them to the space. But to make sure that their brand steps in successfully at that particular moment, because everyone wants somehow to be first. Or if not first, then second, right? But to be in an early stage. So they need to come to people who are already in the space, who understands the value, who understands how it works, and to sell to them what they have to sell, the product which they created. Either it is jewelry, either it is NFTs, or it is anything into metaverse. So my advice to them, you either build your own community around your brand, which already understands, or you go into other communities and I'm not talking only about Arzau, there are multiple amazing communities in the world with educated people, with bright minds. And as more communities you reach, more chances you have to be successful at this early stage. Because, of course, I truly believe that in 5 years, like so many people will be adopted already, and so it will be much easier to sell what you have. But if you planning to do it this now, then the only way, not only, but the best way, it's to go to other communities established already on the ground and to come to them with your product, explain what it is, make them excited about it. This is how you will be successful.
I have a question. We are, like Hamza said, we are into the traditional way of doing business. And we have a certain target market that understands our products. How could you, as an NFT community, help my product to be out there in your community?
In our community, or to help to educate your community?
No, your community to educate about my products.
Okay, so see, it's again about collaboration,
Yeah.
right? As Kira, sorry, can I call you Kira? Sure. So as Kira suggested, one of the ways is actually to do the event. Event can be in metaverse, event can be in real life, it can be combined event when people, we've already done few like this. This is one way. Second way, you're not only coming like as a jewelry brand, right? If you come into Web3 community, whether it is NFTs or any other, you need to bring also Web3 product into it, right? So once you have a Web3 product and we say, look, what we can come to our community and say, look what these people have done, they really want to be in a space and want to build in here, please have a look. This is also can work. But again, because the space is, it's like a test in water now, right? Many projects were not really real projects. They were fake. People made money. People ran away. So now people are very careful about what they enter in. Every community I know and with who we collaborated, they really do like proper due diligence, understanding what is your project about, what is utility behind, what kind of team is building it. Because you might have an amazing jewelry, but you probably brought not really good developers who built a bad smart contract, which can be hacked. And to enter this project would be risky, right? So when it's all due diligence done, any community, our community, and we can help you to reach other communities as well, if they see all perfect, all not perfect, but good and solid, there is how to say, there is no problem at all to make it, because people are hungry for new projects. People are, that's why they're there. They're so curious people. Guys, I guarantee you, NFT people are the most curious people in this world. Because only this type of people could, at some point of time, to buy a picture of monkey $400, exactly. Thinking that one day it can cost $500K, you know?
Let me ask the audience, has anybody bought?
Yes, my husband did.
Yeah.
And I couldn't understand to the world, why would he buy a monkey for $100 and thinking it's going to go up? And
if he bought it at $100, he made a good deal.
He did.
So he was right in the end.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Okay.
I actually have a question for you. You want me to call you Yunna or Kira?
Up to you. People
Right.
call me Yunna and Meta Kira.
Okay. So Yunna, your virtual influencer lives on a centralized platform, which is Instagram. Here's my thought process. Being a centralized platform is quite, I would say, risky. Say, for example, Kira does or represents something which might seem unethical or might not be appropriate for some users, and they report Kira on the centralized platform. And there you have a risk of her home being taken down. So what are your thoughts on that, and how do you think, there are two questions here. Number one, how can you protect that? And what would your suggestion be going in the future, because I do see social media becoming decentralized, the benefits of that? So.
Well, first of all, because I'm leading her as an influencer, I would just copy other influencers' ways. So they just go to other platforms and keep their audience there as well, because I'm from Russia. In Russia, Instagram is blocked now, so people have to go to another platforms. So I have to copy that thing, and I have to, but I think it's a bit ahead of me. I'm just a small influencer yet. But of course, in future, I would have to decentralize her platforms. However, I would love to take her to decentralized platform, but there is none. I would love to have something which gives me alternative to Instagram, but I don't have something with such a big audience where I can put her.
Do you think the metaverse would then be a much appropriate home for Kira?
It could be. Again, it depends on the audience, it depends on what they like, it depends on the topic, which is a main topic of this metaverse. So right now I don't see a platform. If there will be something, I would love to go there, I would love to take her there, I would love to develop her there as well, if I see some alternatives, of course.
So it does worry you a little bit?
Yes, of course it does, of course. Even my account can be blocked, and then how will I restore it? Even those thoughts are coming into my head, of course, yeah.
So we need to find Kira a new home. Okay. So, Ms. Shabana, now you have some luxurious brands. How do you integrate or see yourself integrating or accepting blockchain technology when it comes to your traditional, say, your traditional shop, right? As a user experience, I'm coming in. How can I and you, as a business owner, leverage that technology? How can it be beneficial for you?
I'm still learning. I'm still in awe of all this. So I'm learning step by step. And I promise you and assure you it will be there. And then I'll invite all of you to be there and experience it.
Do you think as a business, would you ever be open to accepting crypto payments?
Like I said, I'm ahead of my times and I wanted to, but the regulatory bodies in the UAE do not give us that leverage at the moment. And my first question, when I opened my bank account, new bank account of my showroom, they asked me and they said, are you going to be dealing in crypto? And my RM told me, please do not say yes. and I asked her because I was curious. I said, because I was considering crypto payments, and they said, it's not acceptable at the moment, and when it will be, we will let you know. So for sure, I'll be there whenever the regulatory bodies, authorities let us accept the crypto payments, I'll be there.
Talking about crypto, this question is for you, Maria. Your community invests on NFTs. Do you also do cryptocurrencies? Are you searching for the right cryptocurrencies, or is this just dedicated to NFTs?
Okay, so ArtsDAO started as an NFT enthusiast, people who invest in NFTs. When you look at the community now, you really see it's far more than about NFTs, because when you are in there, you need to understand crypto as well, because the purchase happens in crypto. So we have so many people related to that and who are building it all together. So in our community, people who are doing games, like Hamza and his beautiful projects, I hope soon all of you will know about it. We have people who are dealing in crypto, we have people who have crypto exchanges, we have people who are building any type of, I've heard already so many different decentralized applications one way or another, crypto banks or anything like that. So right now, I would say it's a mix of everyone who any way related to Web3.
Any digital asset.
Any digital asset. And it can be not only even digital assets, it's like there are developers, there are marketing people, there are influencers, there are traders, collectors, investors, artists. So you cannot, we live in a society, right? You cannot be just that much of doing one thing, right? Again, there are DAOs and communities who are purely doing, and they created only for one thing, for a trip to Himalaya, or there is a DAO to only collect cars. It's about how you, who you welcome in, and we are welcoming anyone. And we are also very much about helping people to build together. And I'm really sorry. So we're really happy to see when people building together, because this is what we need at the moment. One person cannot build the same how many people building together. So I wish all of us to get together and build a beautiful future in Web3, because decentralization at the way it is now needs more development, improvement, and to find its own way to be successful.
Okay.
We need Kira, a new home for Kira at least.
Yes, please.
So, Yunna, my question was in regards to, for example, as a user, I'm going through Kira's profile and I see a dress that I like, right? And I want to buy this dress. As an influencer, of course, one of the things is that to market the products of different brands and businesses. How, as a user, will I buy that dress? So, because from what I understand, you'll have different brands, businesses, different platforms. And that's what Kira represents, different platforms. And as a user, if I want to buy something, who do I get in touch with? How do I get in touch? How do I buy that digital piece?
So you would want to buy a digital piece to be put on your photo, right? Because right now we only have this technology, nothing else with real people and digital dresses. Right now, I'm not offering that service, but I really want to start doing that. You would be able to just click, send your photo, and I will send you your photo with already digital garment on you. And also, you would be able to put it on your social media, or maybe if you want to use it in some metaverse and you need it in a specific format, I would be able to send you this specific format, and you would be able to wear it somewhere else in some metaverse where you would like. Also, what I can also physically do is I can copy brands' clothes, like physical ones, copy it and bring into the metaverse and put on Kira. In this case, you would be able to buy a physical copy of this dress. Like you see the digital one, but then in the real world, you will get the physical one. This is also possible.
Very interesting. Would you be open to something like that when a user comes in and he, for example, buys a watch? To make an ownership, you link an NFT to a particular watch. Is that something?
Copy of the.
Yeah. Is that something that you thought about, or there's something
Already
appealing to you? Okay.
That we create an NFT for our products and also make it available for the customer to buy it physically.
I've also read that blockchain is being used to fight, fakes in the luxury industry, in the jewelry industry also. Do you know anybody that's actually working on that?
Not that I know of, but I've been approached that if we want to have something like this and have the certificate of authentication, and so we can trace it back to how original it is. But not in my knowledge.
Not there yet.
Not in my knowledge.
So, ladies, what's next? What's next for ARY, for Kira, for ArtsDAO? Give us some insights, some exciting news.
I'm going to ask her to make my NFT.
Oh, amazing.
I'm going to ask her to give me her influencer, and I'm going to be on the metaverse.
Good job.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Anything that you guys would like to share about your future plans, what you're trying to do, something exciting for our audiences or the people watching, please go ahead.
Sure. So we have big plans. The community grows every day. We get amazing people joining with their resources as well. And ArtsDAO, the vision is to adopt as much more people to the industry. And the best way, which we experienced, this is how it started, it was events, right? So we saw why we're doing small events instead of doing a big event, and so being able to bring more people into that. So the next quite big event is going to happen in March. It's going to be called ArtsDAO Fest. The entry will be free. We will bring a few blue chip NFT projects, some of them already confirmed. It will be in a way of live NFT experience, like live NFT building, body painting. We will be happy to see Kira over there. We will be happy to see you there also with your brand, because brands are coming into as well. It will be a mix of great DJs, good music, street vibe. So NFTs, it's about culture. Right? It's about culture. You choose what kind of art you like. That's why you join it. You also join communities because of their values, which they deliver into the world. So this is what we're going to do in March. And later in November, we're planning to do bigger event, international scale event, NFT DXB, which ArtsDAO owns a trademark. So we also will be welcome all of you over there. That one, we're planning to be like about 5,000–7,000 people minimum, right? Yes, and to bring many international crowd and audience, NFT, Web3 gaming audience from across the world to Dubai, because we believe this place has so much to show. So this is our plans.
I guess looking forward to some partying in March. Do you want to add anything?
I have big plans for Kira. Of course, I want to develop her as an influencer. I want her to cover more topics. I don't want her only to be a model with beautiful dresses. I want her to speak about something that is happening. I want her to have her opinion. I want her to go to more places. I want her also to interact with more people, because I've noticed that this is what engaging people the most on my page, when she's interacting with people, with brands, at events, because just a photo of her is not so interesting as when she's talking to someone, when she's like there in the situation. So I want to have more of that. I want to collaborate with more brands. I want her to wear something from digital brand here in Dubai, something like that. So I really, really have big plans for her.
Very, very excited for all your plans, for the collaboration, for partying in March. And thank you very much. We will just, do you have any questions, Leo?
No, because Shabana has limited time, so we're going to decentralize the question-making process and open the mic to our public so you have a chance to talk to them before they have to leave.
I see the hands already rising. Please, can somebody give her the mic?
Thank you very much for an interesting conversation. I learned lots. So I've got a couple of questions. One is, you know, when you talk about the NFT world, we come from diverse cultures, diverse backgrounds. How can we make it more inclusive to people looking to enter it? And the second question is, how would you address a generational gap between those that know, those that don't, and those that are learning in practice? Because in theory it sounds wonderful, but in practice, how can we sort of really get our teeth into it, addressing those generational gaps and kind of looking at that everybody's included with their varying perspectives? How can that be achieved in the real world?
Who's going to take this question? Maria.
Thank you for your question, great one. So It's again about education, right? All this can be sorted with a right message, right information to be shared to the public and to be accessible. So at the moment, I believe it's mainly only communities like ours across the globe. They're taking this task and they are educating people. They're creating videos how to do things. They write in the instructions how to be more involved into all this, or they arrange the real life events like us where we help to adopt. So. But any education process also requires funds. Like people who is doing it need to have not only cultural motivation, but also financial, right? Because they need to carry their lives in a way that they're proud of it. So it's going there, and the beauty that the big brands are entering because they see potential and value, and together with all those big brands, this will be much easier and faster to educate the masses. So there is no one particular like recipe or way right now how I can answer you what should be done and how. This is, look at the internet, how it started and the way how it was adopted. It didn't happen immediately. It took time. And again, you're right. It started with more young people who were more open to certain things. And then older people didn't have a choice. They started also to be adopted. I think it will be a very similar process. But again, I think it will be faster process. Because in general, the whole community, we are much more technically educated at this stage than it was at internet times. I hope I answered your question, like at least I tried. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Please. Oh, we like to hear it.
Thanks again. Excellent panel. Education, absolutely education. This is more like NFT 101 question, and Maria is the perfect person to answer to this question. How do you explain to a newbie who tries to understand if he or she sees exactly the same digital picture, and one of this non-fungible and one is fungible? What makes the one non-fungible?
Okay, sure. So
just to interrupt, Aida, don't leave right now because we have something for ladies. Go on. Sure.
So I see it, you will never be able to stop people to do right click of wherever image it is, if you're talking about art NFTs, right? But it's also about to know what you own, right? Like blockchain allows you to keep the provenance and history of what you own and to track it from the beginning of the days. So when you suggest people to look at NFTs, at something that what you have, everybody can check what it is and how it was created and by whom. I think most of the people would like to own something like this. Than just a picture which you cannot confirm your rights to about, you cannot confirm your ownership about, and you can see it already even like Twitter on the way of identifying if it is NFT belongs to you, this PFP belongs to you as NFT or not. This is way like to if I would speak to people like just from the street, but if I talk, for example, to artists, I would explain it in a different way and how I would convince them to also be in digital art and NFTs. It's their royalties, right? So when we look now how the artists, traditional artists, they created something and they sell it, and it never they get anything after that. correct? Sorry, Hamza.
Unfortunately, we have to cut this answer short. We have something, and we would like some people to join us on stage. We do appreciate women in blockchain. So, Aida, that's why I didn't want you to leave, please. Dalila, yes. Melissa.
I think Dalila's outside. Oh, no, she's here.
Ricky. Anna and Natalie. Oh, okay. Now you must be wondering why we have these lovely women on stage. In exactly a few minutes, you will come to know. There's no performance. I'm not going to do any backflips. But Leo, let the women share the stage for a bit. Let's walk off a bit. Yeah, we want women to, be recognized. We really appreciate you guys being here, and the gesture of Sotbi. We just wanted to pass on these flowers to you guys on stage as an appreciation. Please, I will do it. I will do it. So this is for you. They're all the same. There's nothing in there. No jewelry. And then we'll...
Next time.
This is a gesture, and thank you from Kaze.
Thank you so much.
Here. There is no NFT on this, so there's no NFT there.
NFT of the flowers.
This is for you. Oh, yeah. Kira, this is for you. And
who are we missing?
And I guess one is for me.
Of course, the last lady on stage. Here you go.
That's the last lady. Oh, a good-looking one as well. So we just want you ladies, to get together. Maybe I think forward, and just take a nice photo. And yeah.
Give the stage to them.
Wait, Leo, you're not invited. Me.
I feel filled out now.
He was thinking, what did I do in the middle?
That's all right.
Now, one more thing. If the people who want to leave is fine. I didn't forget the ladies in the audience, by the way. So just give me a quick second, all right? Because each of you actually deserve a flower. So go on, give a flower to each of them. All the ladies, not the guys, yeah? Yes, go on. Please. Enjoy, brother. Having said that, thank you very much. A round of applause for everybody, for the audience, and for the speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's it?
We have a special VIP dinner tomorrow night at the Data Lounge by Buddha Bar.
It doesn't? Yes, it does. So there is a little lunch, of course, and we'll join after at 2 for the next part, for the masterclass, and so please enjoy. Let's go back to our fabulous day. We are going to continue the afternoon with that masterclass planned called Women Making the Blockchain Industry. And we're going to cover two subjects in one: the transformation of businesses into ecosystems, why soft power works and holacracy works better in the crypto space. And at the same time, I mean, just after that, we'll talk about women foster a better environment for innovation and are sober with money, which is what the industry needs, writes Gracie Chain of Bidget. So for that, let's call Dalila Belkiri, CEO of Datachain Foundation. Thank you for coming. And Rick Kesteyer, Managing Director of Coinify. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon.
How are you feeling?
Very good.
All right, so our topic today is women, technology, crypto, finance, blockchain. Let's start with where are we now? What is going on with the topic of females in this particular industry? Ricky, you want to go first?
Yeah, I can go first. Yeah, so I think, well, the challenge is that we still see an imbalance between men and women. I come from Denmark, from the Nordics, where we tend to brand ourselves as being super diverse. And there's a lot of initiatives promoting diversity, and there's even governmental interferences trying to force diversity into businesses, both at an entry level, so from the educational point of view, how many male versus females are being educated into sciences, engineering topics, but also, you know, board compositions, how can we get more females and more diversity into boards, but also the topic around founders. Why do we see so many more male founders of new businesses versus female founders, and the access to venture funds in that sense? So I still think this is a super important topic to address, and so I'm happy we're discussing this today. I think even in the Nordics, we still have some way to go to ensure that we have diverse companies, not only in fintech, but I would say a lot in fintechs. Yeah, overall, but also both in finance and technology, where we still see this skewed balance between male and female.
Dalila?
I totally agree. So France is just down Denmark, and it is the same problem in France. I'm sure it's the same problem all over the world. I come from a background of science, and in science it's the same problem. So I was working in infectious disease and research, and it still is the same. Like, to get the grants and to get the main position in the lab is still a fight for a lot of women. So, but in the fields of crypto, if I can say, it's a new ecosystem as well. It's a new technology, so we should actually, as women, be ready to get and knowledgeable of all the new tech, new tools, the word paradigm is a very used and tendency. So I'm sure we can understand everything and bring a lot as well to the industry. And I wanted to say as well that I'm often facing some troubles with people who are saying, I'm an expert. I think for me, there is no expert, because in our industry and some others, it's still ongoing. I'm still learning. Blockchain is not finished. Web3 is starting. We are far away from the completion of the project. It's a long way to be in and to go. So, expert of what? Like, expert of yourself, maybe. Yes, I hope everybody knows herself. But my problematic is how we can help those women to get in. Which kind of skills, which kind of education as well. But they are already there.
Is there an actual like restriction for women to get into this industry, or is it perhaps that is it a perception from women that this is not the right environment for them, so they let's say they self-discriminate?
Well, I think all human beings, try to find some similarities to other people that they look up to, and then they can see themselves in that place. I think, role models are super important, whether you really put people up on a pedestal or what, but you still get inspired by some people where you see some traits of yourself in, right? That's not only physical looks, but it is also physical looks. We talked a lot about beauty in the past panels and so on. There, you need to see some role models that are similar or in a similar situation as yourself. And now we're on the topic of men and women, and one of the big distinctions is obviously that women carry the babies and have the babies. So to be a full-time working woman with little kids, you do tend to try to look to others who are in a similar situation and to see how they are able to manage both of these challenges in today's market. I think going back to the crypto industry, it's quite clear that again there are more males founding crypto companies. There are more male VCs in this industry. There are more males in leadership position in crypto companies. But there is also a majority of males actually being consumers of cryptocurrencies. I think women are, catching up. And I would like to do my little part in trying to help this. And we've seen some amazing women on stage earlier on there also doing their part. So. I think we are moving towards that direction, but we still have some way to go.
I'm going to ask the difficult questions now. You said there's a majority of men in financing crypto. So perhaps now we're trying to get more women into that. You also see a majority of women perhaps as nurses, and you don't see men trying to enforce men in the nursing industry. So how do we make those two worlds match? Should we try to get equality, like equal numbers in every single industry? Or is it possible that men are better for some things, women are better for some other things, and we should embrace those differences and not try to fight them?
I think it's not that man doesn't want to go to nursing, and there is some. I know nursing. I know midwife who are men. There is, and they are.
But you could say the same for women and finance, perhaps.
No, because women want to go to finance. So now there is more and more women in finance. The difference is that a man going to a nurse school, he can go. When you want to fight, I was in the same direction and the same situation for some of my personal project, or because it was supposed to be a male area. Oh, you're doing this, but you women. What an answer. I start coding because I'm coming from a scientific and biological background, and the bioinformatics starts like with a lot of sequencing and DNA, and of course a human being cannot do it, so you have to go to bioinformatics. To go to bioinformatics, you need to have like basic in coding. So I said, okay, maybe it's going to be the next step. So it was the beginning of this, like a huge amount of data and sequences and genome. So the lab where I was working shift from benches and lab to computers, But I didn't have my skills in computing, so I have to learn how to code. So I start learning Python, and when I ask my friend, we're coding, say, you can use this one. It's easy for a woman to understand. So
was that friend a man or a woman?
It was a man. That's a problem. And now I have a lot of friends who are women and start coding, and they're really experts.
Not all men are equal. Not all men are so disrespectful.
My point is to say that...
We shouldn't judge men just for that one very bad guy.
No, of course, but it's repeating, actually. But these women are facing some trouble to get in this industry, and they want to go, but men are open to go in this other industry too. But it's true that we are facing not rejection, but opposition. And as you mentioned about pregnancy, yeah, you are going to slow down my work during the year. A woman is not there for many times. So the government has to step in to make sure that we have the same chance, right? he has some law coming in, some parental leaves, and this kind of thing. So what I think is with this new technology, if we come back to our subject here, which is tech as well, everything is brand new. People are more educated. They know technology. We have information everywhere. Need to make sure that as well the technology and the information about technology is the right one we get. So we need as well to have a filter on it, because I'm listening to many channels, YouTube, whatever, podcasts, people expert in their domain. And sometimes I say, okay, they are not saying even the same thing. How I can teach myself, right? So it's really challenging as well to get women to get to tech, and we didn't have chance to get before. But all the new generation, even at school now, they're coding, right? They give, I don't know if it's the same in Denmark, that they give class for the coding class, because that's the future too. So we'll be equal on this part.
Okay.
Yeah, to be honest, maybe your friend didn't mean it as that. I think sometimes it's unintentionally, that you act biased. Like maybe he was just trying to actually give you a way to learn the code, right? But it came across in an offensive way, and I completely agree with you. But I think that's why it's so important to have these discussions, because a lot of times I don't think it's intended as an insult. Maybe, and that's why we should speak openly about it. We had an example recently in Coinify. I can say it because Mark is here. I don't know if he's in the room now, but anyway, I'll use the example where I have a female employee, and she's pregnant, about to go on maternity leave soon, and she felt like, and now I'm mentioning Mark, just because he's been here, so he knows, he was giving a deal, because he's in sales, to a male salesperson, and she felt really offended. And I had to pull Mark inside and say, Mark, I know you didn't do this intentionally, but she's not on maternity leave yet. You need to make sure that she gets as much as fair chance for this deal as the male guy. And he was like, you're completely right. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, but it's just because I thought in my head, in 1 month she's on maternity leave, so maybe she can't finish it. And I'm like, I understand, but you have to look at it from her side. She feels like you're already sending her on maternity leave 1 month earlier. And he didn't mean to, right? So I think it's so important to catch these little things and address them and just be open and speaking about them. So, the other side sees that, okay, maybe I should have, I shouldn't have gone and done that. I didn't mean to offend anybody here. Does it make sense?
Depending from where you look at it.
Yeah. You mentioned one thing. Are we okay to do, or better to do one thing than the other? I think here we are talking as well about soft power, and I think it was Bally saying that my wife, he said, because they are working together, he said, my wife is coming down on some situation. She's my partner, and she's really good at what she's doing. She saved me billion, he said, because I'm a bit impulsive as well on my way to work. And he said, women in this kind of case have another perspective on the business and on the relationship with people. So the soft power here as well is a bit different. Of course, it's a link maybe with the skill and the maternity feelings we have, or some genetics background or whatever. But of course we are different, and that's a power, right? That's why we have to have a complementation.
That's precisely my point. Given that we've just accepted that men and women are different, one could make the argument that characteristics of women make them more appropriate for a particular industry, and the characteristics of men make them more appropriate for a particular industry. So
what do you think, Leandro?
I think it's pretty clear what I think. Now, what I mean is, if that is correct, then you would expect more men in one particular industry, more female in other types of industry, and that shouldn't be considered gender bias. It's just like, I'm better at this, you're better at that. Is that possible?
Well, after I leave you to talk with my view is that history show us the opposite, right? It changes. The changes starting, is coming. Some of the stages in industry change already. So it's not a reason of I'm better to do this, but maybe I am, but I'm as good to do this too, and this too. I need to be a place where I'm good at, where I can be profitable for the company, and when I can be patient, I have patience for what I'm doing. So, and I think the world is so eclectic, women and men, that we can fit anywhere. And yes, we can see through the century that women are doing more things and are doing male job. I have a friend is pilot. You know, before to be a pilot was impossible. They are in the army. So what is wrong with this?
I'm not saying it's wrong.
I'm telling you that it's possible.
I'm not saying it's wrong.
That the history is saying that it's possible, and it will keep going. We just have to shape the mind of people the way it has to be.
Everything is possible.
Of course.
There's no restrictions here. I mean, and if there were restrictions, they should be lifted. I mean, of course, I'm totally against women being discriminated. I'm just saying that perhaps they're not being discriminated. It's just some people are better at this, some people are better at that. But let's put that aside.
Can I comment as well?
Yes.
Yeah. No, so I think you're wrong, sorry. I think, you know, as you said, history has shown, both in finance and technology, that there are some challenges we didn't solve. Now we have a new opportunity. We need this other part of the world population to contribute much more than before. We have a chance to create something completely new ecosystems with the new way of living. And I truly believe that women need to be equally represented here to create the best possible future here, because there were some things that were wrong in the way this industry worked before. That's quite clear. So maybe if we, you know, allowed this other perspective more influence, we could avoid some of those problems.
Understood. So talking about that particular female perspective, what do you think women bring to the world of finance and to the world of science that was lacking before?
I think another perspective. I think I can take myself as an example, because I'm still in a company where, I mean, we have 50-50% diversity if we measure the whole company of all employees, but like in the management team, I'm the only woman, right? And then we have 3 males, and then we have a male board as well. So you can say this is not 50-50. And I often find myself just looking at some of the challenges we face from a different perspective, whereas I often find the males coming from the same angle. I'm not saying my solution to the problem is always right. It's not. But I think it's healthy to have perspectives from different angles, and then together you reach a consensus, okay, what are we going to do in this particular challenge? And it's not like we haven't been facing challenges this past year in this industry, right? There has been some serious ones. So I think it's super important to listen to various points of views, and maybe sometimes trying to tackle a problem from a slightly different angle than what you're used to.
Bring more flavors into the salad, something like that. Yeah. Dalila?
I agree totally. So obviously, we are all different among women, among men, and the skills are different. We masterize things differently. Even between twins, I have nieces and our twins as well, and I can see one is better at one thing than the others, and we have to use it in the right way, of course. But I mean, it's an individual. It's per individual. It's not like a gender. You know what I mean? Even though there is fluctuation in major, I will say in biology, we saw as well that in some viruses they're more aggressive. This kind of thing are more slightly to be latent in the body. Of course, there are some signs and some common pattern, as we said. But this is not a pattern of compare women and women in this kind of thing. Of course, women have sometimes more emotional intelligence, and I love this word because it saved my life several times. Emotional intelligence, when we talk to people, you understand like, oh, I'm going too far because I can see he's reacting, or the woman is not happy with what I'm saying, so you just shift the subject, or maybe it doesn't understand what I'm saying, so you just try to get another way to say it, so without, and to avoid the conflicts and make the relation better. And business, in crypto, the link with the use of what you're doing with the technology as well. Say, how do you use the technology we have now to please your customers, right? Is he going to need this? I'm going to force him to use it? Is going to be beneficial for all the people I'm working with? So that's the way I've seen as well. I've seen the work being done around me in science. I've done several things. I've done digital health. I've done science in the lab. I've done some consulting in other place. And now it's blockchain, because it's not only blockchain. Blockchain is an ecosystem. I mean, everything is linked. I was saying to Riga earlier that I shift from my perspective to lab, to business. And when I shift from lab to business, I wanted to link science with business and innovation. And innovation links for digital. Digital is helping for AI, medtech, biotech. You end up with blockchain and Web3 because it can help the life science and clinical. It's just like everything is linked, right? And mental health is the same. And mental health, when you go back to the company, you have to be as well, and you want being like healthy to go to work, and how you do with this. So for me, all the subjects we are talking about here, or the talk, are linked with this kind of emotional intelligence as well. So it's important to keep this in mind, that difference between man and woman, and I know some men really good at it as well, with soft skills, and it is a graduation between the soft skills.
Now let me ask you something about your background. Why and how did you get into finance, and Dalila, for you, into science? What was your motivation behind it?
Yeah, so yeah, I guess I got into finance slash business because of my dad, funnily enough, a male role model. And yeah, so yeah, I think I was looking up to my dad very much, and he was running a relatively big business in Denmark, so I was like, of course I'm going to do the same.
What about your mother?
Yes, my mother, she was working actually in Medico, which is another big industry in Denmark. So I was also looking up to her, but funnily enough, I was looking more up to my dad, speaking about male and female role models. Yeah.
Dalila?
I think exactly what you say, that we are like, not brainstorm, but shaping in a way that you're thinking this way. Sometimes I realize myself, and I'm my own aunt in some direction. She said, "Oh, I can't hire this woman because of this." I say, "How we can do this? You're yourself a woman." I say, "Yeah, but..." So we get trapped, if I can say, in this kind of subject, and because we are formatted to, and we have to change in this. And since I'm young now, I can see the world changing and the mindset changing. The people are getting more open on different things, and more welcoming in new industry. So sometimes I say, okay, let's look for people bright enough. And I know it's funny, that Kazé used to say, I prefer women, because they go to the end of what they are doing. They start something and they finish it. Because he noticed this kind of thing around him. He said, I prefer women working because they are doing, and they are doing what they are saying. So which is good for him. And he say, for me it's the same thing. I prefer as well sometimes working with women for some kind of a thing, but they can intervene the task or the project, but that's the role of a manager, right? To put the right people at the right place. And I can sometimes, in another case, have a woman there and another man, because the skills are not the same one. So why I'm doing what I'm doing now? To be honest, I wanted to be in the military, but it was too mainly. So, you know. So at the end, no. So I shift to science, because to enter military, it's better to have like a higher degree. So I went to science. I love virus and infectious. So, and I end up in science, and I love viruses, and I keep doing this, and that's it. And I end up doing this kind of biological research. And I noticed as well in science is like the head of the lab, even in Cambridge, well, at the time I was almost all men. So there's a reason, right? Because the promotion is for men, technology. So there's tech as well. In science, there is high tech, and the same thing when you have to publish paper to get more knowledge outside, to bring people in the room. And I noticed that in 2018, I think, for the crypto Bitcoin North America conference, out of 88 speakers, they have 3 women. It was like 2018. Now it's changed a lot. Like in 2 years or 4 years, it's just like changing a lot. So which is good. So I mean, the world is changing, Leandro. So you see, you have like a shift of everything in every dimension.
You mentioned role models. I assume that when you were studying, there was a lack of female role models. Was that the case? Was that not the case? Is there anyone that you look up to now, or have you become your own role model?
Yeah, I can go first. So before I joined Coinify, I was 7 years in London working at a very large organization in finances. And it was quite male-dominated, and I was looking for some kind of role model. I joined all these female, I don't know, we had some events, and we were trying to promote female leadership and so on, but nothing really happened during those 7 years, I'm sorry to say. And then after I joined Coinify, I learned a lot from Mark. Now he's actually in the room, so I can give him a little bit of credit. But I was still lacking this kind of female role model. And then, as we discussed earlier, I did say to myself, okay, now you're a little bit older and have young kids. Now you need to yourself try to be a role model to some of the younger women coming into to the company. And I admit, I am a little bit biased. I do really try to hire women into Coinify as much as I can, because I would like to help them succeed in this industry. I think we need more strong
Let me put
female.
you in a tough spot.
Yeah.
So you're interviewing 2 candidates,
yeah,
man, woman.
Yeah.
Academically, they are exactly the same.
Yes.
You would choose the girl on top of the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, if the woman is just as qualified, of course.
Just because she's a female?
No.
Dalila? About role models.
To be honest, I didn't have role model. I have targets, but it's true that to get your target, you say, okay, to whom I can identify myself, and I find myself in several persons. I didn't find the one, which is true, and it's good that you wanted to be the one for others, which is very good. And I didn't find out which one, because according to my background, I didn't find except the Nobel Prize, but you know, I'm far away from a Nobel Prize. So this kind of target is good too, but the same thing, to have the first Nobel Prize in science, you have to count as well, you know, like we have maybe Marie Curie in one time as well, making some very good discovery, but it's so hard. And when I was in Cambridge as well, Watson and Crick's was famous researcher for the structure of the DNA. And after, when you are in the middle of this kind of science and story, and you learn from people living there that, yeah, you know, in the lab there's a woman working for them, and she finds a lot of things, but she's not on the paper. You know, it's the same thing, like, how do you reward people helping you as a human being? It was a man or a woman, is the same. My role model, I don't have any role model actually, but I wish, because maybe I will have done things differently, or maybe I will have thinking my life in another way as well and structure the thing I want to do. And I realized that I did work with children in difficulties, and maybe a role model will have helped them to do something different, you know, because they were lost. So the thing is, you need to guide people, and that's our role, I think, as a representative of a company or a mindset or a spirituality or whatever. We have to help them to understand where they're going to go, where they want to go, how they can go, and how we can help them, and where are the structure to help them as well.
Dalila, you're COO of Datachain. Tell us a bit more about Datachain, and like we're talking about females, how many women do we have in Datachain? What are their positions? A bit about how the structure of the company and the roles that women play in the company.
The company
in the foundation, sorry.
The foundation is funny, but we want to build an orphan foundation, which is as well one of the points is raised like question of this. But I think Kaze will be the one to talk about it. As I said, I joined the company. I stayed in 2018 as a consultant first. And I get trapped to this mindset and to the way we can do something with technology and some first layer, the layer 1, as we say it. It's like building a highway or a traffic network. And after you can put anything you want on it. But it has to be well built at the beginning to make sure that everything can be flexible, interchangeable, repairable, and be upgrade for the future. So I find this view very interesting, and it has to be as well decentralized to avoid control. My first concern about new tech, and that's what I find in Datachain, is ethics. And Kazé was really clear about the use of his technology. He did refuse some contracts because he didn't agree about what they want to do with. So we are clearly really attentive to this. So ethics for me is important. That's why I joined the company. And what we do is providing a service to people and build the future by helping this kind of underlying network. To do this, I realized that when you talk to a human being, because it's digital, but the human relation as we have here for most of the time, it's important because you trust people. And trust in business and any other technology, if you don't trust the technology, it's a problem, right? So you just have a lot of repercussion, you damage you damage your image, so you can't do anything. And what is important here is to get the right person at the right time as well. So, and people, when you explain the technology, you have to adapt again to their vision. As we mentioned earlier, he doesn't understand what you're doing because it's too complex. He doesn't have the right toolbox to understand because he's not from the background. So you adapt your language to this person, and to talk to those people, realize that right now that we need a use case. If you don't talk to them in their ecosystem, they don't understand what you're doing. So you have to, okay, now we have to build a use case for a person and for a company. Okay, we can help you. What is your problem? Oh, okay, so we can help you this and doing this kind of use case. And use case is going to be plugged on this kind of platform. And it's going to be after you add the layers of decentralization and all the really important points you are going to deliver to this company. So first of all, before to go deep in the company, and I'm not sure I will do it now because it's more about women, but what I want to tell you is that to come back to ethics and why I joined this company is for me the first point. I can't work for a company that I'm not aligned on the objective, on the way to work, in the internal politics of the company and policy. For me, it's very important. So I can quit the company for this, and I did already. But for now, I'm staying with Datachain Foundation.
Rikke, similar question for CoinFi, but adding the fact that I'm assuming you mentioned that at the moment it's 50-50 between men and women. I'm assuming that wasn't the case always. So how was also that transition for the company? Who did you have to fight against to convince them, if you had to fight against anybody? Was there any restrictions from within? Was it well received? Tell me a bit more about the history of that 50-50.
Sure. No, I think Coinify management was always very, interested in pursuing this goal. And actually, we decided we would join the UN Global Compact. So the United Nations have set up some ambitious 2030 goals. And they also came out with the SDG goals. Mm-hmm. So we talked together between us in the management team, and we decided that we would choose 2 of those goals and set them as targets for Coinify. And the current board at the time would also need to be part of this, because at the time we didn't have any female representation on the board. So this was one of the targets, to get female representation on the board and have some internal targets of what we wanted to achieve regarding gender diversity. So
when was this?
This was in 18 that we set these targets, and then we worked on them in 19 and 20.
And what was the situation at the moment, in percentage-wise?
When we started?
Yeah.
I think it was like 30-70.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you had to fire a lot of men.
No, remember we were also a smaller company, so it helps.
You grew.
Then, yeah.
Okay, so you reached the 50-50 through growth.
Well, they grew in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, but again, you can argue whether targets are the right thing, but at least it gives a chance to to have a session to discuss these things, and then at least align on, okay, we would like to try and see if we can achieve this. Maybe we can't. I mean, for example, in our engineering department, we don't have as many women as we have men, right? So, for example, in compliance, we have more women than men. So overall, it's the 50-50 balance, but. You could be even more ambitious and say, okay, I would like to try and have my engineering department also 50-50.
There's a supply side restriction there. If there are no female engineers, you could never have female engineers in your company, of course.
yeah, at least, I mean, we also experienced that we have no female applicants at all for an engineering position, and then it becomes really hard to hire a female candidate, that's for sure.
You have to start from the roots. If you don't go to the right school because people say, no, it's not for you, or you can't do this, or you don't understand this, and of course, now we are arriving at the end of a story that it has been built like it starts a few years ago, so now we can find skills, I mean hard skills, and people very competent and effective on their own industry and fields. And that's a really good point now, because everybody's ready. And the second point is, because of this, and it's really a momentum, if I can say, that we are ready and we have the skills, we can be educated, and the new technology for everyone, right? So it was a new ecosystem, new technology, we are in a new innovation, a new industry, a new economy that the cycle is going. Even the economists, like you, are interested in the subject, because it's giving you another dimension of, okay, how we can deal with this kind of, how it's going to be impacted, this kind of the government statement, how we will do with this kind of strategy overall and worldwide, how we going to collaborate, is going to damage the actual economy actually, are you going to have an impact on the current strategy we are implementing, do we have to take some regulation before, some I forgot my word now, to be attentive of the market right now, to make sure that nothing is going to get wrong, because we are afraid as well of the new economy passing. So everything is new, and I think we have all our chances to learn and to be there at the right time. That's why now you find CV with skills, right? So we arrive on time with CV and skills, because everything is a discussion of be there at the right time with the right person, and we are getting there, but we need as well to help each other and to get in the right direction.
And can companies do anything to support women? Not necessarily in getting jobs, but as we were just saying, if you have no women going to engineering school, you could never hire a female engineer. Could companies do anything in that aspect, supporting young girls into going to certain careers?
They do. Because why they do, and why they did it? Because they find out that there's a problem there. So they have to find solution to have those kind of girls. And so they created like sponsorships. Why you have like a woman studentship, right? Because the studentship was going to men. So and you end up with no studentship. So they have to create a woman studentship, woman rewards. So it's pity. We are talking that we have to promote the women because they are not well enough seen on the market. So that's the thing, we need to promote them to get to equality. If I can say equality, I know people doesn't like this word, I don't like either, but sometimes it's a bit tricky with the vocabulary. So what I wanted to say is, yeah, even now, I think in America, like 3 women really well successful entrepreneur, they create a fund created by women for women, because they notice that in the fundraising, they get less chances. So they say, okay, now let's create a fund by women, from women to women. So yeah, but we have to do it now. We are the next step, but still, it's still a long way to go, and we are on the process.
Okay.
Yeah, I think on that aspect, Denmark is quite far. I think on a lot of the engineering schools, we do see a lot of women also completing their degree and so on. I think there's a lot of interesting companies actually talking about how it's also about how you write your job descriptions, right? So there's some interesting work being done to see whether female will respond better to a job ad versus another way of wording it. And at least I have tried to take some of this into consideration actually when posting for a job, to see if this could have any impact on the diversity of the people who would normally apply for this role, if you could already influence it there, because maybe you are subconsciously, disencouraging somebody from applying for this role just because of the way you word it. It doesn't sound like that this would apply to me. We also all heard the statistics, that you know, if a woman see that they can only fulfill 70% of the requirements in a job, but you wouldn't try to apply, while a man, he would be happy if he could just fulfill 50%, then he would definitely believe he could get the job in the first place, right? So I think there's already some work to be done for organizations at this point to try and attract a more diverse amount of candidates by maybe rethinking how you do even promote the open positions that you have.
And diversity applies to everything, right? Not necessarily men versus women. You could target ethnicity, well, any kind of diversity.
Disability as well.
Disability, of course. Are your companies doing that also?
Yeah, we are trying. I don't know if we're doing enough. You can probably find some companies that are doing more. But I think, again, it's if you're aware of the topic and if you have an open management team to discussing these points, I think, you know, we can already make a step towards the right direction here. But I believe we could do more from our side. We're not perfect.
Nobody's perfect. Dalila?
Well, I don't know if it's digression of the subject from my side, because I'm concerned about disability, because actually I have a niece right now in the operational room, so I say hello to her after this. She's having a surgery in France, so hopefully everything will be good. So yes, I have some friends with disability and they are really good entrepreneurs, but they're facing a lot of problems too, women and men. So when you are a woman with disability, it was ever. But it's the same thing. I mean, everybody has a brain in this room, and everybody can learn anything. It depends how you have been taught, and what you want to learn, and where is your focus. You know, I work by passion. I don't work passion. You say passion, because I get bored easily. So if I'm not in my work, I'm not useful. And I think it's the same actually for most of the people. When I move one people to another position and I say, wow, it's really efficient in this kind of area. Yeah, because they love it. He doesn't see the time passing. It's very efficient. You want to learn. It's just like perfectly good. So the way you do I lost my because of my niece, I lost my
disabilities.
Thank you. The disability. So I say that the diversification and the difference we can put in inclusion is important. That is a step after. So now it's women. Okay. After will be this. Disability, we are far away. Even in France, we are far away from this. Like, we promote everything, but we haven't done anything. So, and we want to do it, but we don't do it. So that's the same like with women before. Yes, we have to do it, and we do it, and now the rule is changing, regulation is changing, and it takes time for everything. You have to be patient and facing the problems. But you have to be smart enough to give some solution as well, and be part of the system, to be reactive and not passive. So as soon as we are active and pushing the information, it's the best way to do.
One thing that women can do and men will never be able to do is to carry a baby. So, and we've discussed this before about maternity leave and the challenges that creates. If you were to create the perfect maternity leave that serves the family, but also the business, what would you change in the current legislation in each of your countries?
To make the best maternity leave?
The best maternity leave that benefits both the family and doesn't affect the business. I mean, if you think about it from the family's point of view, yeah, you can give maternity leave, paid maternity leave for 5 years. That's beautiful. But if from the business point of view, that's not going to work.
One of the company in the US, I think it's Google or another company, we say, okay, you can take any annual leaves you want.
Paid leave?
Yeah. And people usually are really careful. They are not abusing the system. They are not abusing their chance and their advantage. So when you give the responsibility to people, they know they are in charge. So as soon as it's really framed and you have the chance to work in a company where they consider the person is good. After, I don't really know how we can make I didn't have kids myself, so I'm not the first one to say I have niece and nephew, one disabled, so it's a big problem too. So as a mother, my sister facing this kind of problem as well. Do I have to have more time for my daughter as a woman and get to, she's a lawyer, so it's a bit like tricky with both. I don't know, I think you are the best to talk about this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly privileged in Denmark, I would say. There are some very good terms. I didn't have my kids in Denmark, so I did not take advantage of these favorable terms for maternity leave. But recently the Danish government introduced this new law because we still saw the majority, I think 90-95% of the maternity leave was taken by the females. Even though it was, up for the family to decide whether some of the leave would be taken by the man. But this summer, the government enforced a law to make sure that the second part of the maternity leave would be split 50-50 between the man and the woman. And if the man decided not to take the leave would be redundant. So you wouldn't have up to a full year of staying home with your child. So this is kind of the government's way of forcing more men to spend more time with their babies. But I mean, it's created a lot of debate because we still have a scenario where males tend to make more money than women. So some families would see a significant decrease in their overall income in those 3 months, and they were arguing that they would like to decide themselves which one of the adults in the family would take this leave. And I don't know if you've seen the last discussion on this topic. I think the government is now looking to see whether this has an impact or not. It seems like most of the very large Danish companies are now enforcing this themselves because they want to buy into this, and also a lot of studies show that it's very healthy for the baby to spend time with both mom and dad whilst they are young. But I think it's a hot topic right now in Denmark and probably also other Scandinavian countries, whether the government should decide this on behalf of the families or not.
One point as well, but the funny thing is that according to country, you can as well pinpoint the country where there are more women ahead of something, or in politics, this kind of thing, So it's like there's a history as well behind everything. So we spoke about the education, how we are directed to one or the other mindsets. But when you look at the worldwide map, it's the same thing. So there's some countries still fighting for getting out of their own house, and we are still lucky to be able to work, and it's good. But we are here because we fight as well for this kind of thing, not as much as they are doing. But there's still a long way to do. And maybe, yes, in France, I remember one of the ministers get a baby, and the day after she delivered, she was back to work because she didn't want to lose her job. So she didn't want to be far away from the position and get this kind done. And so the day after. So there's like a little, spirit of be careful of what you're doing. And so you mean like we are living in stress. And I have some friends as well, I say, okay, I have to calculate when I can get this baby to make sure that the charge of the work in the company is not too high and it's not going to be a problem for me. I say, oh my God, you have to think about all of this to get pregnant. You know what I mean? So it's not the generality. So we talk about pregnancy with women, but because for men and say, it's nothing. But to be honest, I didn't know as well myself it was a trouble for a woman because I didn't get pregnant. I didn't think about it. But when you get to the subject, you say, yeah, it's a real dilemma at home. When and how is my career going to be impacted? And when I look at it, some women never go back to work. It's changing a bit, still several years, so they go back to work and not at the same position. Sometimes they have to start again. Oh yeah, you haven't been working for 2 years. Maybe you didn't catch up the market. You have to learn this new technology and blah, blah, blah. So what do? You start again.
That's horrible.
Actually, funnily in Denmark now with the new law, as an employer, you know, men can have babies a lot longer than women can. So now we could be in a scenario where a man could be in his, I don't know, 50s, and suddenly say, oh, actually, my new wife just had a baby, I'm taking 3 months off. And, you know, as an employer, you cannot say no, and you wouldn't necessarily know that his wife was pregnant unless he told you up front, because it's not like with a woman where you do discover it at some point that she might be pregnant, right? So, and also men could then have a lot more maternity leaves if they had a second wife or even, you know, got married again or something. So yeah, I'm curious to see what this creates of problems, or maybe no problems, but maybe it will.
If he has more kids, he deserves the maternity leave.
Correct, correct. Yeah, no matter the age. I'm just saying with women, you know, at least at some point in time, then it stops. They can't have any more maternity leaves.
Would you consider this feminist movement being a top-down movement or bottom-up?
I'm not a feminist. I think that we have all the rights, and yeah, I'm not a feminist at all. I think that I'm just fighting for my own right and the right of every single human being to get where they want to go, and they have the same chance to study, to get to a position if I want to go. So it's not about, I know I have some point of a lie, yeah, but look at this guy. I don't want to get into this kind of discussion because it's not my, how you say this, my fights. I'm fighting for rights, and the rights is covering everything. So, and we talk about, and for me, rights is linked with ethics. Of course, ethics value are flexible according to country, and we don't talk about the education. Everything is with your background and your country and your value. But yes, I don't know what you put behind feminist and feminism, but
what
I think
what I mean is mostly about the idea of being a bottom-up or top-down. Do you feel like it's something that came out of the public and moved up on the ladder, or do you think it's something that perhaps government pushed down on society?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Yeah, I don't think it's a movement. I think to some of the earlier discussions we have also around metaverse and NFTs, I think it's about education. I think it's about people, you know, talking to each other and realizes that sometimes you are unconsciously biased against others, and it's not necessarily out of because you don't like them, it's just because you weren't educated or experienced enough to see it from the other point of view. That's how I see it, and I really believe that by having these conversations we get more educated, all of us.
Finally, any advice you would give young women that think about going into finance or science?
Yeah, please join us.
Dalila?
Yeah, we see the same. Do what you want to do with passion again, because that's where you are going to be the best at working at. So, and giving the best of yourself at any time, and you will be, your manager will be pleased too.
Right. So I think we're going to open the mic for our audience to start asking some questions to this fantastic
Not about
speakers
feminism,
that we
please.
have. Over there.
No pregnancy.
Okay, yes. I'm out of words. Thank you so much. This is so inspiring. This is so great. And I'm so happy that you, as a moderator, you touched a couple of the hot potatoes as well, because that's what we need. I have a couple of very short comments, and then I want to throw one more hot potato on the stage for the ladies. First of all, I believe that we are a bit in a trap of, we are, you know, we have the history burden on us. For instance, if you think that we have a female person on stage and whatever she's talking about and becomes emotional and kind of, you know, tears in her eyes, that is seen as weakness. Imagine a gentleman doing the very same thing and people are, oh, that's so cute, he's emotional, you know, perfect boyfriend material. or husband rather. Or if we have a female on stage and is very strong on her, whatever she's saying, the B word comes out very quickly. I feel like being home, right? A man does the same and he's determined. He's strong in all positivity around that. So it comes down to the mindsetting, I believe. Another thing I want to bring up, by the way, Rikke, there is an amazing initiative back home in Finland called Chicks Coding. Initiative supported by the technology companies back home, and they are arranging these events every 6 months. Rikke knows, Finland. So, ex-Nokia country. So, 500 to 1,000 coders, developers, women participating in that event every 6 months. And
that's amazing.
It's amazing. So you need any, I have contact. But coming back to, there is this amazing event called Slush in Finland every November. Started 2008. Now, since 2013, 14, they started to reach like 8,000, 10,000, 15,000, up to 27,000 participants during 2 days. At the moment, the past 5 to 6 years, the biggest problem within that event is harassment. A lot of women participating in this event are harassed. And they are addressing this as Slush non-profit organization very heavily. But this is one aspect of all of this, unfortunately. Now, the hot potato. When I joined crypto and blockchain space and the first events, after, well, some of the first events, I started to really think, what am I supposed to wear? Because I felt like I was going to a beauty contest and I needed to have all this luxury, whatever, on me. Luckily enough, I'm a granny, I'm old, so no one expects me to be sexy or beautiful or any of that. But my question, should we really consider how we dress up to these events? I mean, in the boxing, there are the ladies going around with the number of the rounds and, well, they dress as they do. Formula One and racing used to be the same, not anymore, they changed it, yeah. So my question as a granny to you two is that, would that make a difference if you don't wear mini, if you don't have very open, you know, shirt, whatever? So would not the looks of you, but rather what you have to say would be prioritized if we look into the mirror? Because I'm with you that it's not should be all about men changing or men doing differently, but definitely we as women should, you know, change something as well. But what do you think?
Yeah, I think you're touching on some hot potato topics, harassment and the way we dress and express ourselves, and you know, that's also why this whole avatar thing, it also worries me a little bit. I'm excited about it, but the avatars always look flawless, more or less, right? And can fit into whatever Gucci, Balenciaga dress they want, right? And that's not reality. So I think those are some really good questions. And I also remember one of the first time I was going to a crypto event, and 5 years ago, and I actually kind of pulled out of it because it was meant to take part on a boat, and I don't know, I didn't feel comfortable being on this boat with only men, to say, for like this cruise. And I was like, but if I don't like them and I don't like the conversation, I can't escape the boat. And this is an honest, you know, and I'm a little bit embarrassed to say it, but I did choose to say no because I don't know.
And the way women are dressing to go to a meeting or is because they are using another tools than their brain sometimes, or because, if I don't say this for everyone, because they have been shaped on, okay, how I can make this contract sign, or how I can get this job, you know? I've been in this situation, I get in the room and I say, wow, as a woman, okay. So imagine the man on my side say, okay, so let's start it. So, and doesn't need this kind of outfit to get a contract signed, you know what I mean? But because the mindset of people think they should be, and we go back to harassment, as you mentioned, I say, how I can get dressed in this kind of area with men around me. Do I have to do this or wear this? Or so we need to be careful as well as women how to dress. Why? Because we might injure someone or not to be in the right frame or sending a wrong message, and maybe the person just wants to be herself. You know what I mean? Because she likes to be sexy or she likes to be in baggy and baskets. I don't mind. Just the problem is you have to educate yourself to not to look at people in a way. That's the only thing. But of course, we are not in the mind of everyone, and you raise a really good subject that you never know in which situation you will end up, and you have to be ready to any comments, any reaction, and take your action for it. And that's why she was preparing. I'm sure any of the guy on the boat didn't think, should I go in this boat on the cruise? No, of course. Yeah, of course, let's go. She has to think about it, you know? It's like pregnancy. Okay, let's think about it. So I think sometimes the man don't realize that how many things you have to think about before to do something. So that's why maybe, as you mentioned, women can do some of the thing and not the other, because they have to be prepared for a lot of things and that you even don't think about.
Thank you. Any other questions from our audience?
I have mic already.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
More hot potatoes.
Yeah. This is very much related to my just recently extended family. My daughter got married last May, and her newly wedded husband, a couple of minutes afterwards, they said their vows. On his speech to his wife, he introduced himself as a feminist. Can a man be feminist?
Sure. Actually, I heard this yesterday because Bally Singh was talking about this, and he said, I'm a feminist. I help my wife and all the women to get where they have to be, where they deserve it. So I think men identify them as feminists as they are trying to be, it's stupid what I'm going to say, just equal. You know what I mean? Just thinking that human being one, human being two, whatever your gender. That's big feminist, actually, it's being normal, right? But you have to act on this way to make sure that you get back to the balance. So you have to push and use the words. I don't know why we are using, you need to use this word, but using words. So yes, they can be, just to make the equality everywhere. I use equality again, but it will be a problem after.
Yeah, please.
Can you hear me, guys? Yeah, hi.
Yes.
Anita, you brought hot potatoes. I've got some, probably a bit hotter one. I need to use bold examples in order to show the point. Look back at cavemen. What were the roles of the couple at that time? The guy was hunting. The guy was looking, was disappearing for days, or if not weeks, to bring the food. Woman was looking after the baby, after the household, after everything. That has been happening for a very long time ago. I believe that we are all different, and we have, in our code, we react and we do different things, and we are better at some, we meaning men are better at some things, women are better at the other things. So we are talking about nursing. There are more women in nursing industry. Well, I'm going to bring a horrible example, but prisons are full of men. Would you like to change that too? No, obviously not. Well, to be honest with everyone. So it's an example that we are different. There's no doubt about it. And we make decisions differently. So instead of forcing a certain industry, company, we have to have 50% split. In the banking, 50% split. In school, 50% split. Instead of forcing it, shouldn't we actually cherish those differences and choose the right people regardless whether it's a man or a woman? If we're talking business, because we're talking business to bring profits to the business, not to have an equal split, unless that's the policy of the business to have split. But if the policy of the business is actually to bring the profit, we shouldn't bring split 50-50 as a first thing. That's what I'm trying to say. What do you think? It's not a question, actually. It's a comment.
I
What do
agree
you
with you, actually, Richard. We are completely different, in which is a strength as well, as you mentioned. And I agree with you that the best, I hate one word, but two actually, is positive discrimination. They use this very often in France. I don't know if it's the same on the other country. What is it? Like, because I need to make everybody equal, as you mentioned, 50-50. I'm okay, we are within the book, everybody happy. No, because you force people to do it, so it's not natural, right? I agree with you. So I agree with you as well that is the same as well, is trying to find the right profile with the right skill to put at the right place to get the best job. Women or men, okay? But people are not ready for this, they don't do this. It will be the more natural thing to do, but we have as well to educate them, and that's why I come back to this story, we just shift. And you can see that in politics there's more women as well because they get the step, because people understand that they can do more and they have as well the skills. And when you don't show up and open your skills to others, you don't have the chance to be there and to talk to people or to expose yourself and to bring your words. People doesn't understand that there's these skills as well everywhere in the ecosystem and the environment. But I agree with you that easiest way is to pick up the right person at the right place. But what I'm saying, and what I want to defend here, that the right people at the right place are not only the men. Because usually say, oh, yeah, pick up this, where is the woman? Okay, pick up here, this one. Of course, they will be better in this area we can choose, but look at the full picture first, men and women, and now pick up everywhere. Don't pick up only in the men area. That's my concern. But of course, I agree again, it should be natural. That's the best thing for education, is like politeness. When you talk to people and you say, in France we say, how are you? I'm sure it's the same for every single country. You really think and want to know how I am? When I have this question to people and I say, I'm not going well today. And I was like, oh, and people don't know what to say, you know? Be honest with people, you know? Hope you are doing okay is better than, how are you? And when you answer, it's finished. You know what I mean? That's the thing, is be natural, be yourself, and educate people on this way to end up, hopefully this 50-50 held by the government and the rules of the company will feed the mind of people. And fortunately, here's a good, bad way, I guess, because you have to get in their habit and brain and format them on how to think. But that's the way to do, I guess, and to reach this time when it will be natural for people to pick up the right skills at the right place without looking at the gender of the person.
Yeah, funnily enough, talking about history, I just attended this seminar 3 weeks ago about why there was no women in Danish history, or very few women. And I thought it was super interesting seminar because if you think back, at least now I can only refer to Denmark, because this is what I learned, and I didn't learn about other countries. But the first pieces of written down Danish history was written by a man, and the piece of work was commissioned by, funnily enough, a man, the king, right? So the king asked a man, a monk, to write down history, but history was really how great the king was, right? That was the measurement. And then also the people who learned how to write were primarily within the church, and they were monks. So again, it was men. So the next piece of written down history was again written by a male, commissioned by, funnily enough, a male. So the whole point of the seminar was not to erase men from history. It was just to point out the fact that we need to put women into the history and into the current scene. So we recognize that women has always been there, and they have also have an effect on society, not to diminish what men have done, but to recognize that women also played a part, and that there is a missing piece to history, and therefore we are building on a much more fragile, you can say, foundation going forward than the male species does. And again, it's not a criticism, it's just a fact that we need to speak openly about and then correct, in my opinion.
Yes. It's more than a comment. I mean, this is very, it's a lot of food for thought. I live in Dubai for 9 years. I'm a French-born, nobody's perfect. And in France, I mean, you know, we raise the word feminism. Here we talk about women empowerment, which is a big difference. Here we talk about soft power of the women. Here the government, His Highness, is putting 30% of the cabinet as women, the youngest minister being 27 for the youth, and we have a minister of happiness and minister of tolerance, which lead the nation in the positive way. It's not only all about education, it's also all about culture. It reflects in the way you dress, it reflects in the way you speak, in the etiquette you address. And by the way, I'm a style influencer, which people always affiliate to fashion, but it's far beyond that. It's to help people to be aligned body and soul, and to be aligned with their environment, meaning that you have to respect the codes of dressing. And my mantra, I'm 61 years old, I pledge for authenticity, and I'm very happy and proud to disclose my age. And you know, the real thing that people have to understand is that from frustration, raise the desire. So the more women covers up, the more sexy they are. That's point one. I've been within a lot of male-ish environment because for 28 years I was in the mega yacht industry as a broker. When it was charter, because it's domestic, I was very, very praised. When it comes to sell, because it's big money, I was put down by all my male colleagues. I was the first female broker to attend the Beirut boat show. And, you know, I showed that I know what a boat is, what an engine is, etc., etc. So here, what I see in the society, in the UAE society, and I'm talking about the local, the young women, you will be amazed because they are engineers, they are chemists, they go for really male-dominant topics, and they excel on it. They really excel. Why? Because it's not your gender. I said there is no women, you know there is no gender equity, there is gender. Whatever your talent is, makes what you are. It's not a price tag, it's not how much you pay for your outfit, it's the allure and the way you wear it, and also the respect to show to the other. And to answer your question, definitely it's bottom to up move in that part of the world, where, you know, there is a big mass effect where women here are protected and really going higher and higher. A brighter future.
Okay. Wow, thank you. Very impressive.
But I agree with you. We are talking about the worldwide difference, and which is a good point for every one of us. We say education, but the culture is coming from the country you are from. So definitely that's why we brought the fact that people from Japan, for example, I was talking with something about AI, and the fact that you have to choose between elderly people and a baby. In Japan, they would choose maybe the elderly people, and in Europe, maybe the baby. So this kind of different, it's an example only, just like, but it's true that the culture is as main importance on me. I was born in France, I grew up in France, I have some family in Algeria, and the culture is different. So you know, my way of thinking, like gap, we know that the Mediterranean between us, but it's just like huge difference. So yeah, it's impacting everything in our way to think, way to talk to people, the way you are going to dress, and the way you are going to live your life, and consider the others, because it's important to within the respect of each others.
All right, guys, we have time for one more question if you want. If not, we can move on to the coffee break. We got Mark there. I think the question is for you, Rikke.
Yeah, Mark
For
here.
me?
Well, I've been part of working with Rikke for many years, and she took this gender diversity up very seriously. And for me, it was kind of a no-brainer, and potentially in the beginning was like, yeah, let's do something for this, and let's help some females into this and all that. But in the end of the day, for me, it's just rational thinking, because I think there is a balance and it's a yin-yang. You're kind of right that we are different coded as human beings, so you shouldn't have 50-50 in only compliance and support and in all factors of the company. But overall, you need the female into, you know, their feeling, they have a way of acting differently than men. Sometimes you need the men energy, sometimes you need the female energy, and you need both. And you actually need it 50-50 in some extent. So for me, it's just like I get the best possible company out of having a 50-50, and it does not like facts and figures. Now we have this KPI 50-50, but more or less a 50-50 balance in any company in the world. And right now in our business, actually, our middle management is actually dominantly female. And you're also looking at the next CEO of Coinify on this stage. And I think we will have more and more. So maybe there is also a bottom up in the sense that you're starting this journey, and then people will escalate up the different layers. So for me, it's not like, yeah, we are doing something good and blah, 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 but it's just rational thinking to have both balances in the company. I don't believe in female-only companies. I don't believe in woman investment for women and male for male. I think it's all about a balance. It's yin-yang. It's quite simple. My last question, because I've been reflecting a little bit, in the normal financial world, you have a male-dominant business in Citibank, in MasterCard. I've been part of the fintech business for 20 years. But when I came into the blockchain world, I saw a lot of female entering the States quite early on. And actually made me reflect, and this is my question, maybe, or is blockchain, which is be your own bank, empower your own finance, decentralized, and all these value underlaying this technology, is that appealing to female more than being in Citibank or in MasterCard? Is even the blockchain something that fits the value of a female more than classic financial businesses?
Should I try first? Yeah, I think the possibilities of what this new technology can help us with is really enticing to female, also to a lot of males. But the fact that there is, you know, an opportunity to create something new, because it's not set in stone and we haven't figured it all out. We've heard many panelists, so there's lots of things for us to still do in this new technology. So we have a chance to influence it much more than we have in influencing past technologies, in my opinion, because they're already there for good. And I think this is particularly attractive for women as well. It's also for men, but I think there's a chance to influence now. And we see a lot of women participating today here in Dubai, which is surprising to me. I'm sorry if I'm stereotyping now, but I'm super happy that there are so many women here. This is super cool and exciting.
Don't be sorry. No, as you mentioned, I really like this word because it's the one I'm using very often, balance. And I think balance is a key word in life. And as a scientist, we can see that every single movement in pH or level of molecules in one way, or viruses, vaccine, whatever, is changing all the picture, right? All the clinical board of the patient is changing. And as you mentioned, the balance is everywhere, and I think everybody is going to find his way to do somewhere it has to be. So blockchain is a new world, if I can say, new ecosystem, and there is place for everyone, and everyone has the same chance to go there and can make some difference for the woman side, for the man side. I think that's pretty interesting for all of us to get there with a clear mind on how to do things at the best without having constraint on others and being having constraint on ourselves, because sometimes we do something and we say, okay, it's like this, so I have to shape myself to get to this door. No, go for it. You know, you have to. Sometimes you say, okay, they want me to be like this, I'll do it. No, go first. Show what you want, what can do, how you can do it, how do you want to do. So don't frame yourself on the boxes to please someone else. That's the thing. Is the field is broad now. You know, you can show, and after it's going to be framed by itself, like by experience, by return of expertise, or return of experience by use case. What you should do, we should not do as well. So we are learning. And as I said this morning, Shabana Abdul Razzak, she said, I'm still learning, but I'm still learning too. I'm sure we are all learning every day in every single field that that's a good thing, I think, because after we get bored, that's innovation as well, right? We keep going forward. So there's place for everywhere, everyone, and I think we have to be there at the beginning to make sure everything happens in the right direction.
All right, everyone, give a round of applause
Thank
to our
you.
speakers. Now, I'll invite you outside for a short break, and we'll meet here.
Now, unfortunately, the two following speakers can't come, and they are from the same company, so they have an internal problem. So we have to close this day today.
The day's over?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have still a drink outside, and we have.
We invite you outside for coffee, and don't come back.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.